feel it. Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style. Oh, pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear the dope cry. I'm just relax, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear the dope cry. I'm just relax, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Entertainment, at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. I be like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. Just relax, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. Just relax, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they need venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep to me. Just relax, and just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax. From your mom, your birth, pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul. We're capturing in this distance the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, don't let it.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it.
Yes, it is 0845 Saturday, May 30th, Central European Time. That makes it 0246 Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's up, everybody? What's up to the world? What's up to Asia, Africa, South America, Central America, Middle East, and China, you know, all the way Eastern Europe also, right? Big up V Media from Washington D.C., born and raised, but I'm living my ass over here as a grown ass man in Copenhagen, Denmark. Big up to Copenhagen, Denmark, and big up to Denmark. You know what I'm saying? I mean, wow. There's also some interesting news coming out of this place politically. You know, there was an election. I don't know how many people remember this. If you from outside of Copenhagen, right? Obviously, you may not know. But Copenhagen, Denmark. I mean, not Copenhagen. Denmark had some elections. You know, national elections, and it was there was a lot of thought going into the fact that the right got more votes than it got last time. Although, you know, they still get less votes than the, you know, left. Obviously, the left got an opportunity. The left and the center got an opportunity to make a government. And Lars Løkke, you know, I don't know how many of you know Lars Løkke, you know, but he's a pretty down to earth Danish politician, but well known, right? He's been around for a while. And big up to Lars Løkke, man. There's some things I like about him. He's an interesting person, you know. But having said that, controversial a little in politics though. But I'll give him props for a few things, man. But yeah, he couldn't make a government with SF and in his listing, and you know, the left, he couldn't, you know, agree to their terms, and so he walked out of the meetings. You know, he walked out of the meetings and went to the right. and you know, I don't know, the right just, I guess it didn't work out. It didn't work out. So guess who basically the prime minister is the prime minister Mette Frederiksen again? Is she the prime minister now? I mean, let me check that, because I mean, you know, this has just happened in the last week, and obviously it's not a surprise to a lot of people. This is, I mean, I didn't think that the right would get more votes, especially since JD Vance crazy ass is out here, and Trump is making the right really reveal what's on the right's mind. You know, what's on the right's mind? Linking up with Putin, destroying NATO. Look at what happened with Brexit. They fell for it. The UK fell for it. They fell for it. They fell for the early election Putin promotion squad, and the US fell for it after them. We fell for it. My country. That's what the UK and the US have in common. We fell for the Putin Russian push, the troll farm push. We fell for that shit. And But everybody didn't fall for that. You know, we're suffering because we fell for it. We didn't take it serious. What did they want to do? It's just, everyone sees what the politic is. Trump, they don't like NATO. They're in cahoots with Putin, right? And so they destabilize NATO. It's not just like a fucking game, like it's a board game. Destabilize NATO. Ha ha ha. No, they attempted to destroy people's fucking lives and are destroying people's fucking lives. It's not a game. And they made it very clear, and they use all those talking points, all the talking points that they just use and spread around. It's like, all I can say is be fearful, be mindful, because just because you talk one way Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can just tell you, whoever it is that, well, we know who it is, but people that want to destroy NATO and want to destroy Western civilization, they come in some interesting packages. You see what I mean? It's not always the immigrant or the brown package. You can't always look who exposed themselves. The right exposed themselves, man. And so in any case, they couldn't form a government either. Let me see. This isn't this is crazy that I don't even know if Meta's been officially sworn in yet. Is that coming in some days or something? There's a process to this. The king has got to anoint, the government. All right, here it is. Meta Frederickson, she submitted the government's resignation to King Frederick on March 25th, right? That's after losing the election, right? Or getting less votes. Now, to initiate the customary consultation process for the government formation, recent developments indicate she is set to continue in the role. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she said, sorry about that. She's set to continue in the role. And this is why. Specifically, as of late May 2026, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, the leader of the moderates, has indicated his support for the Social Democrat-led government under her leadership. Yeah, he left the meetings with Enhedslisten, Social SF, right? Social Democratica, and then the other, the left, the big left movement, the Red Bloc. He left the movement with the Red Bloc because Lars Løkke is blue. He's on the right, but he's more like center right. And he went to try to form a government with the far right. Man, and let me tell you, if you listen to some of the things they're saying, don't get me wrong, at least the basic values of the far right are still, some of them are still there. Like, they believe in I believe, well, do they? Are they trying to cut social benefits? What are they up to? So far, they pretty much support, generally speaking, the Danish Nordic model, right, or the Nordic model for the social system, right, and right. So the right, in regards of that, they're very. There could be, you could say they're close to the same, right? Now they probably have some things where they want to get rid of, somebody's benefits based on something. You know what I mean? I don't know. But in any case, because I don't really follow their politic all the time. I don't like to listen to that. And also the Red Bloc and the moderates are very strong. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of other things to talk about besides immigrants. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot like security. And also factual shit. Because the right a lot of times like to fabricate and exaggerate issues, and that's what J.D. Vance did. J.D. Vance, he came and spoke that language. But in any case, Lars Løkke couldn't form a government with the right. So he's gone back to the left and gave the nod and said, I'm willing to work with you. And that means they can form a government with the center right and the lefties, the left, center left and far left. They can all come together and form a government, right? And that is, there it is. So in any case, big up for Denmark for having elections, free and fair elections. You know what I mean? Because that's something, regardless of who you are, whether you voted on the right or you voted on the left or in the center, that's something you all need to be proud of and stand up for, because my home country, the United States of America, has failed. It has failed. I'm just telling you that. And so, all the other things people can debate about, but the principle of democracy is the center of what our lives are about, our freedoms. You know what I mean? How we live. It is our civilization. It is our society. It's how we live. And you start fucking with free and fair elections, then you fucked over the very meaning that the United States exists. That is to, people want taxation. They want representation with taxation. They don't want taxation without representation. And there it is. And now you can see that whole process. People are trying to challenge that. And we're really embarrassing ourselves as a nation right now. So I'm going to give everybody in the left or right, I will give you, in Europe or center, I will give you that one thing above us. Our country has failed, and our right wing is treasonous. our right wing in the United States is treasonous, and you know that yourself, because they try to fucking fuck up Europe, fuck up NATO, attack, insult, everything that a enemy would do. You know, it's almost like Trump is and JD Vance and these motherfuckers, Musk and Peter Thiel, are goddamn Putin's best friends. It's almost like that. So don't be any illusion about it. Stay close and true to your values. EU. That's my advice, and other NATO countries. Stay close to your values. Now, I'm not advocating anything that violates people's human and civil rights. Of course not, because look at me. I mean, I'm a minority. I'm an immigrant. I don't want to be trashed. I don't want to walk around and feel like I don't know, a target or something in society. I want to just wake up. I love the country I live in, Denmark. I wake up every day and I have a nice day, no matter. And if I do have some problems, I can work out the problems. You have a fair chance in Denmark of working out the problems that you encounter, in life. So, on that note, it's great. But Fries, what's up, bro? But in any case, on to what's going on in the U.S. Treasonous. Peter Thiel, he's about to be out. Peter Thiel's leaving. And I said this a while ago. Listen, all these people are going to fucking leave. They're going to leave. They're leaving. They're leaving the U.S., bro. They are scared of American citizens, because the one thing, and thank you, that I know, we don't have all those guns for no reason. And I've been saying this the whole time. They are scared of America. I'm going to tell you something. Kim Jong-un, Putin, Xi, all these governments, the one thing that they would be scared of is a population that had as many guns as the American population. I'm talking about not the military. Leave the military weapons out of this. Totally. All the guns and the bullets and the bombs. Separate that. The American citizens have more guns than the citizens of China and Russia put together. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. And that makes our society very different. So when shit goes amok, what I heard, I'm going to tell you what I heard. I heard these people are scared for their families now. That's what I heard, seriously. And, but you can't say they haven't been using their little tools to fuck over everybody else's family. You know what I mean? Because they've really been destroying families. They've been snatching little kids, babies from mothers and being like, get out of this country, illegal. Give me your baby. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. And then before that, they've been brutalizing people just in general in the United States of America. Police brutality. I'm not down on all police or anything, but we know, any American knows, we have a problem with goddamn excessive force and police brutality. Don't give me that bullshit. Rest in peace to George Floyd. Rest in peace to him. Like, that is a reminder of what our country is about. It's about lynching certain especially people like me. I'm not gonna lie to you. I love the city I grew up in because we had a fairer shot than a lot of people, especially with police brutality. A lot, they had laws in D.C. that said, when I was growing up, you had to live there at least 2 years if you wanted to become a cop. You couldn't just apply from outside and come and get a badge and be a cop in D.C. So a lot of the cops are people from D.C. or have lived around the people of D.C. for a while doing another job, having to be regular with the regular folk of DC before they become a cop. They had to learn the culture of the people in DC before you became a cop. So we didn't really have a lot of that brutality in DC. But when you go to Maryland and Virginia, man, them motherfucking coppers, DC cats got a target on their back. They love to, try to, do some shit to us. And I've even experienced it myself. And let me tell you, those police officers were fucking corrupt. The whole court was corrupt. Of course, I walked out of it. I was going to go to trial over some bullshit. Yeah. And it had something to do with police brutality. And they tried to plant some goddamn drugs on us because after they fucking brutalized my homeboy and searched the whole car, had dogs and all this shit, but all this shit, they found out that, oops, they just stopped the motherfucker with a clean license, lawfully driving his own car that he owns. Only crime that he committed was asking the officer, excuse me, officer, why'd you pull me over? And so that was their justification for brutalizing, because they didn't like two black men with dreadlocks. I used to have dreadlocks back then, in my young days, my young 20s, teenage and up, right? They just didn't like two black men being so arrogant to say, "Why you pull us over, officer?" That's it. That was it. Why you pull us over, officer? Well, we can't ask that. You can't get the fuck out of our way and let us mind our goddamn business. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. These police in the United States, boy. And the judge was going around. The judge was corrupt. Listen, I watched while I sat in that courtroom, not to go too far on this, but while I sat in that courtroom, because I was fighting the case, so I had to come for my own case. They had the dude, one of the dude that works for the courts, the officers that walk around the court, trying to advise me to, "You sure you want to do this, man? You sure you want to plead innocent? You sure you want to plead innocent?" Breaking the law. That's illegal. And guess what? A black man was doing it. Illegal. The judge knew he was doing it. The motherfucking judge is a white guy. I'm speaking American terms now, so Europeans don't be fooled by this. But I'm speaking about how things go in the United States. This guy, the judge, is a white man, and he knew goddamn well that that police officer in there that worked for the court or whatever, who he was actually doing this on the regular. I looked out, and I was the only person fighting the case. They make you wait in a box when they ask everybody to come. You plead innocent or guilty, and if you plead innocent, they make you wait in the court in a little box area, and everyone else is out there in the regular part of the court sitting down, and every fucking body took a plea. Everybody took a plea or pleaded guilty, and I just sat there and watched them. But look, I ain't take no plea. I'm like, you ain't planting shit on me, man. I haven't been convicted of a crime. I'm taking this motherfucker to court, and on top, I'm going to say it in court. You planted this shit, copper. Like, I'm going to point the finger and say, that's the corrupt cop who planted the drugs. Like, straight up. And they knew that's what I was going to do. And they dropped the charges, but I had to go like 3 goddamn times to fucking court before they dropped the charges. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want me to go to court. You know what I'm saying? Like, really? Call me back 3 times before they were willing to drop the charges. And I don't need to tell you why they dropped the charges, but let me just say they saw somebody that they assumed was a defense attorney of the right complexion. And that made them decide to drop the charges. And, so I'm just saying that, really, I'm serious. That's how it works in Maryland, in PG County at that time. I just happened to be out there for a birthday party because a girl invited me, and I was like, fuck it, let's go through here. And my homeboy was like, man, you sure you want to go out there? Yeah, I'm sure. Boom. Big mistake, right? Minding our goddamn business. And, but in any case, Peter Thiel, he's run, and he's part of that whole harassing people like me and harassing everybody else, because he makes these machines for ICE, and he makes these machines that collect data on people like myself and every other American citizen. They try to create profiles and know all your business. I mean, listen, I'm sorry, but these people, man, they violate people's goddamn rights, and Americans need to start standing up for themselves. Like, you're going to be the first guinea pigs for a serious police state. Seriously, like the first fully advanced police state where they know everything about you, have cameras everywhere, have access to all your private data, have your face. They just stop you, scan you, everything about you. Like, seriously, people need to wake up. And Peter Thiel, for some reason, he's decided to leave the country. And it just makes you wonder, like, why would he do that? Why would he just leave the country? But let's see what they're saying now about it. And did I open up the panel? Yeah, anybody that's ready to hop up on the panel, go for it. Let me see here. Let's get into this. Boom. Can I pull this up over here? Yes. Here we go. Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Where is it at? Is it here?
Because industry didn't want it, and they canceled it. Lo and behold, so that did not get issued.
Musk did as well.
Yes. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner here on this Memorial Day, and they will be doing that rally later today. I appreciate you gentlemen making time for us on this day.
What happened? Hold on,
There
what?
is no problem of
Yeah, here we go.
racist speech on campus. There is no problem with racism. There is no problem with sexism. Or to the extent there is a problem, it is not very big. One of the reasons multiculturalism was able to get off the ground in the first place is that most college-age students, and especially those who are attending our top universities, are not bigots. There are very few who are. And so I think one of the really big problems we have to come to grips with is this sense in which the reason we have racial tensions in our society, the reason we have other kinds of tensions, is not because...
Now look, think about this. So this is Peter Thiel, what, 10, 15 years ago? April 3rd, 1969. Damn, this is 20 years ago, right? No, this is 30 goddamn years ago? 20 years ago. This is 20 years ago. 26 years, 20. This is almost, this is damn 30 years ago. Now listen to this. Listen to this. It's very important for people to understand this. Peter Thiel is part of the right wing of America. And this right wing, Peter Thiel had no fucking problem supporting a motherfucker like Trump that would attack the Western world, essentially. So you have to understand that. So everything you're about to hear, all this bullshit coming out of his mouth right now, keep in mind, he said all of that shit only for you to find out that they're actually down with Putin and that they're not really giving a fuck about the Western world. It's all about greed and control. You see what I'm saying? And you should be scared. Most people in a free Western country are smart enough to be fearful of these people because they're not pro-democratic and they're not pro, like in Denmark calls it social welfare. They're not pro that. These people would rip all that shit away while they're pointing the finger, talking about there's nothing called racism. While they're pointing at foreigners, they distract you and then they go after the real goal. You know, it's a magic trick. They want you to accept being less. That's what it is, so that they can have more money, so that they can be super rich. And you got to understand, just listen. This is who the guy, he's part of the squad that said, fuck Europe. He's part of the squad that said, fuck NATO. And it needs to be understood plainly while you hear this shit. Listen, let me bring it back a little. I'm sorry. This is insane, boy. Damn, I'm even fucking surprised he even had this shit here. Where is it at? I'm sorry. Let me play it back.
Incompatible, meaning for him to be able to live his life as he wants and make money as he wants is impossible under a liberal democracy.
Fries, what's up, bro?
People who have the vote who don't believe in his libertarian views. Sachs is not very interested in political philosophy in my research. He is an entrepreneur and a venture capitalist, and he is mostly interested in making money. So he and Thiel go way back to Stanford. They were at the Stanford Review together, which was a conservative publication Thiel founded. They then were at PayPal, which Thiel co-founded with Musk, and where Sachs played an important part. They have a long history. And now what's really interesting, Joe, is how...
Keep in mind, if they could try to run over the U.S. government and the American people like this, 350 million people, the strongest country on earth, single country on earth, if they could try to do that to our democracy, think of what they would do to yours. Just understand that and take those words that J.D. Vance said to you, those insulting fucking words that J.D. Vance came and traveled his ass over here to Europe and said about European people. Like, he spoke down. This is the crazy shit about right-wing Americans. He came over here. Who the fuck are you, J.D. Vance, to criticize European culture? Your fucking culture in the United States of America ain't shit because you don't take responsibility for it. You don't want American people to thrive, you fucking bastard. Like, these people treat American citizens, their own people, like shit. And then they come to Europe, a place that actually thinks about its fucking people, has universal health care, has universal education, wants people to have union jobs, and insult them. Oh my God. Like, just pay attention, Europeans, because if they could do this to us, you should take the warning. You should be fearful because if you let them, you will never get it back. You will never get your freedom back from these people. You will never get it back. America, we're big enough. Look, we 350 million people. Europe is 450 million. But Americans have more guns, the civilians, than Russia and China put together. Understand that. Americans are not going down. I'm telling you, we're not going down. It might get bad, but we ain't going down for this shit. Like, just understand that. American citizens are fucking not going down. And I suspect that's why this motherfucker is leaving. I'm just saying, but it's worth hearing his words. See, because what happens in America is if they dare try to take away our democracy, there's going to be a fucking problem. That's what's going on in the U.S., you know, in case I didn't make it clear. So, you know, in case the democracy fails, in case they don't want elections anymore, in case they don't want to let people go, citizens go and cast their fucking vote, in case they want to make it hard for fucking citizens to cast their vote, to govern, to get rid of the fucking politicians they don't fucking like. In case they try to stop that, it's this. That's what Americans have left. This. And we have more of them than the citizens of Russia and China put together. And I think Peter Thiel understands that. You know, I mean, those robots may not be 100% ready in time for the midterm elections. I'm just saying that, you know. but let's listen to the philosophy. Let's listen to their philosophy.
Kept their distance on Washington because they really didn't believe in any role for government in their industry, in technology. They now have kind of captured the Trump administration. And
Jazzy,
Sachs
what's up?
spent a year as Trump's AI and crypto advisor, and in that year, he essentially aligned government
Michael, what's up,
policy
man?
with the wishes of those industries, and not with what I would consider more the public interest. And so, in a way, they've now come around, having been hardcore libertarians all their lives, to
they're not interested in the good of the public, in the public interest. They're not interested in the public interest. I mean, it's clear, you know,
can actually be useful to their financial interests, their business interests, and their sense that really the world should be ruled by a small number of very smart, very wealthy men, which is, I guess, another word for all.
So that's their plan for Denmark. The world should be ruled by a very small group of wealthy men. That's what they got in store for everybody in the Nordic lands, across Europe. Fuck your education. Fuck your universal education and your universal health care. You don't know what you're doing. The world's in better hands if we have the power. Us 3-4 people. Us 10 billionaires, just give up your democracy to us. We know how to govern better than you. We're the technocrats, and you don't need freedom, you human beings. I mean, this is literally what these motherfuckers think, you know. And thank God I don't live in the United States of America as an American. Thank God. I got some angels looking out for me. I'm telling you, I know I do. I have some angels looking out for me, and thank you for my dad, man. My dad always said, yo, always encouraged me to travel, man. You know, my dad told me very young, a poor man can go anywhere on earth. And I used to be like, damn, why are you telling me that? Well, that's a strange thing to say. And it took me some years to figure out, like, wait a second. This motherfucker knows a lot, you know? He just put that seed in my head very young, and I'm just like, damn, I don't understand. Why is he saying that? Why is this shit great here? Wrong.
Well, you know, they
shit is not great in the United States.
They believe in capitalism when it comes to single mothers who they think should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. But when it comes to tech billionaires, they're all for socialism, all for the federal government giving them money and helping them out. Well, Sachs Sachs, hasn't he said, accused the United States of provoking Putin into war with Ukraine? And again,
there we go again. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people fucking try to quote Sachs, but he's in line with these motherfuckers too. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, exactly. And like my guest Michael pointed out yesterday, Michael from Brooklyn, y'all pointed out that sequence of the statement that came out from another sycophant in the news cycle. I forget his name, whatever the guy's a professor and something. And he started talking about Russia and Russia's views on things and how if the United States didn't do this and if NATO didn't do that, that's why Putin's might be planning on nuking them. And then 4 hours after that, they hit Romania. Russia hit Romania. Like, the sequence of that is real, but people got to make a choice. Like, if you're dumb enough to think you want to you want to live the life of a Russian, man, you're stupid. They don't have freedom. They're trying to flee. They would like to fucking flee. This is an oppressive regime they live under, man. And listen, a lot of people say that Russians have just gotten used to it because this is not new. This is not new. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's been repressive for quite some time. Now, I'm not trying to diss all aspects about Russia or any people. I'm just saying, I'm keeping it real. Like, you need to do your investigating. They're not really allowed to. Right now, they want all those motherfuckers in the military trying to invade Ukraine and dying. That's literally what they want. What government what government loses? How many motherfuckers have they lost? 1 million people? What government sends 1 million people to fucking die trying to invade someone? Who does that? Who does that? You want to be a part of that motherfucking government? You think that's a good use of 1 million people? No, they're trying to kill these people off. The poor people, which is many in Russia. Just get rid of them by sending them to war against their neighbor. That is insane. Even fucking equipped. Like, it's insane, yo. You want to trade your life? Go right ahead. You trade your life. I ain't stopping you. Go ahead. But you ain't going to convince me. Ain't going to convince me. No.
In other ways, again, sort of aligned himself with Putin, Orban, and sort of that anti-liberal democracy.
That's exactly what they've done.
He has, and for a long time I couldn't understand how someone who really does seem to care about facts.
Hold on, let me pull this back. They align themselves with Viktor Orban, Peter Thiel, all these motherfuckers they're doing that. And so at this point the cat is out of the bag. But let me hear a little more of this. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Speech on
this is Peter Thiel. This is him. This guy, right? Keep in mind, he's in the same government as J.D. Vance, Donald Trump. This is their idea. They have no problem attacking Greenland, trying to take Greenland. They got no problem insulting Canada. You know what I mean? They have no problem doing any of this. Going to Europe, preaching about Europe's society going under. The society is crumbling. And at the same time, they're the ones helping Putin attack this fucking place. Like, seriously, they're giving him safe quarter. Exactly. These people are the reason why the war in Ukraine has taken so long. It's these people. It's them. So they want to own everybody. They want to own the United States of America. They want to suppress American citizens. They think that they should run things, just a few different billionaires. They literally have the nerve to tell you they think the billionaires know best. Like, understand something. This man has just taken his family outside of the U.S. And I've been saying this the whole time. He has 3 different passports. Where does his loyalty lie? Where does his loyalties lie? You see what I'm saying? So think about that before you give somebody like this too much power in your country. Where does his loyalty lie? I could pick out a lot of Danish people that the average Danish person will tell you flat out their loyalty lies with Denmark. Like, straight up, and they mean it. It's not something you ask this guy, where's your loyalty lie? It's not the United States of America. It's not. He's not proud like that. And the reason why I know it is because I've met plenty of people proud of their country before, and I know what they act like. I'm one of them. I used to be proud of my goddamn country, but I can't get behind this bullshit. It's not that I get behind everything we do now. Don't get me wrong, but I did have pride in my country because people understood we did some things right. But right now we're sure we do things that aren't right, that are bad. But the things that we did good, we've totally reversed now. So now it's all fucking bad. You see what I'm saying? It's all bad now, and these are the face of
Campus. There is no problem with racism.
Look, Peter Thiel, no problem with racism. There's no problem with racism. He's going to tell me that, like he's trying to preach to me. There's no problem with racism. Ha 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 ha. Good luck with that one, buddy.
There is no.
Next thing you know is that there's no problem with misogyny. There's no problem with homophobia. You know, it's worth saying that this guy is alleged to be bisexual. You know, but he's behind a government that is totally against gay people. Period. You see what I'm saying? They're totally against it. So just keep that in mind. And yes, this guy definitely was communicating with Epstein, the man who did all the sex trafficking. And yes, did Peter Thiel go to Epstein Island? Did he also go to Epstein Island? I'm just saying, these people are trouble, yo. I haven't been to Epstein Island, so you could trust me. I only have one passport. You could trust me. I only have one citizenship. You could trust me. I may not live in my country, but goddamn, I'm not trying to assume all types of fucking citizenships. Just you don't have to think about who I am. It's very fucking clear. When you look at this dude ID, it's like, which one are you? Are you fucking American? Or you goddamn it? Well, who are you today, Peter Thiel?
Problem of racist speech on campus. There is no problem with racism. There is no problem with sexism. Or to the extent there is a problem, it is not very big. One of the reasons multiculturalism was able to get off the ground in the first place is that most college-age students, and especially those who are attending our top universities, are not bigots. There are very few who are. And so I think one of the really big problems we have to come to grips with is this sense in which the reason we have racial tensions in our society, the reason we have other kinds of tensions, is not because there is a problem with racism and other forms of oppression, but because people are looking for these things too much.
People are looking for these things too much. Yeah, and so understand that language. And then he found out that Europe, your civilization is falling apart. Right? Your civilization is falling apart, Europe. You know, so they have this double message, right? And keep in mind, he's saying that the people who believe racism exists, sexism exists, the only reason why they see it is because they're looking for it. That's what his argument is. And his argument, this man, the man who believes that, is also the man that got no problem attacking Greenland. So keep that in mind. Danish territory. You got no problem invading Canada. Got no problem fucking up NATO. Got no problem with it. Got no problem helping Putin. No problem with it at all. Just keep that in mind. So it's not just one group of people he's like dismissive with. He's dismissive with all of it. All of you. It doesn't just start at the gays and the blacks in America. It's spread across all NATO. Like, Hennelie glad me alle. Hennelie glad me alle. Vestedly Miniska, man. He want to be the king of the Western world and shit. They're gonna tell everybody in the Western world what Western culture is, and you know, he's gonna tell me about my motherfucking democracy. He's going to tell me about the democracy I grew up in, my fucking parents come from, every relative I have that goes back to the colonial era on both sides of my family. He's going to fucking tell someone like me this shit. He's got 3 passports. He's got 3 citizenships. I got 1. Who you going to believe? Who you going to believe? Yeah. Okay.
And other forms of oppression, but because people are looking for these things too much.
People are looking.
That was then 28-year-old Peter.
I'm not looking for these things too much. I mean, you don't hear me. Listen, now, if there's an issue, you know, people complain about workers' rights all the time. That's why we got unions. Okay. Are people looking for problems at work? Are unions just making all this shit up? You know what I'm saying? Unions. Why do we have unions? Is it just because workers are looking for problems when they at work? They just made it all up. It's shit. You know what I'm saying? You go into the motherfucker. Everything you do, you just make it up now and shit. You know? Maybe Peter Thiel is just making up what he just said. How about that? That's much easier. It's easier for one person to make all that bullshit up that he just said. This dude is what about the housing prices? Y'all made that all up, y'all. Issues with childcare, you made it up, man. You made it all up. MAGA. If you got a problem with the economy, man, you made it all up. Think if he said this under Joe Biden's term. You making it all up, MAGA. You making it all up, yo. Stop making this economy thing up. And you made all that shit up about Kamala Harris too. You just made it up. Damn, this dude is like, he's off the hinges, bro. He's off the hinges. Now, let me see here. Let me see if so who's in the there you go, Mike. What's up? Mike from Brooklyn. What's up, Brent? You here? You in the house?
Here.
Mr.
Just,
T.
You know,
yeah.
Obviously enjoying the live as a viewer, but also now obviously contributing. But you know, you do your thing. You know, obviously.
What do you think about Mr. Thiel, man? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, what do you think about Peter?
Sorry, Mr. Thiel?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm gonna send a link, and what I think of Peter Thiel, I'll show you what people like him think of us. If you could click on that link that I just posted.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, I'm scared, man. I'm scared. I'm like, this guy, Peter fucking. Oh yeah, it's in the chat here. Peter Thiel, man. They scare me big time. Let me see. Let me pull this up. Yeah, everything. He gives me nightmares, to be honest with you. He gives me nightmares.
Oh yeah, he's scary. I mean, the technology alone.
Let's see here. Is this rocking? Hold on, 2 seconds. Why,
is it?
Why? No. It's coming. It's something with my system here. It's not your fault. It's something happening on my side. Yeah. Is it this? Sorry about that. I had to reorganize something so I could see what's going on better. Is it this one? Oh, yeah. Okay. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this one real quick and then pop it up over on the other side. All right, let's see here. Hopefully I can find this real quick. Yeah, Peter Thiel. I just think what do you think about him leaving? What's the story? Have you followed this? Because this is just in the last 24 hours. They're saying that he's decided to take his family out of the country. What do you think about that? While I pull this up.
Well, to be honest with you, what I do think about that is that's a little bit alarming, because it's alarming, but I think in a good way. I think when we look at something like Palantir, he clearly has information that is not in his favor, and if it's not in his favor,
billionaire investor
it's not in Trump's
Peter Thiel
favor.
reportedly moved
And
his
it's not
family
in his
from the U.S.
administration's favor.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
You know, Palantir. Remember, we went down the rabbit hole of Palantir, and they're competing for, obviously, you know, U.S. contracts. They want to, you know, the U.S. is its main
financer.
Its main consumer. Yeah, and consumer and financer.
Right.
And
the
so,
American people, we're his main financiers. The taxpayers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if he's leaving, it's because it's not in his favor.
The gig is
right.
up.
That means it's not in Trump's favor. The gig is up. The gig is up.
Yeah. If he's leaving, so if I got you right, he's leaving because the midterms look like a wash. Like Trump is over, and they're scared.
Yes,
because
and he would have that information firsthand.
He would have that information firsthand because he's a data man, right?
Yep, he is the data man.
He's the data man. So anybody who's doing anything in terms of data, taking numbers, going out collecting polls, or just going to the hospital and registering yourself for some sort of doctor's visit, he got all the data, you know what I'm saying, on people. So he would know that first. He would even advertise it. I mean, he could advertise it first, right? Because he's getting all the data. There's no one that can hide data from this guy. Basically, you just can't, right? And so, yeah. Well, let's see. I hope that's what it is. I pray. But again, like I said, American citizens have more guns than the citizens of China and Russia put together. I'm not talking about the military, just the civilian population. So, these people, they're the ones who going out here spending this money using, they're playing a part in this. This guy was with Epstein, and I'm just sorry, man. I myself, I refuse to talk about this person like he's a good person. I refuse to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think they're fucking criminals. I think they're criminals. And I think they tried to own the United States of America. And I think they believe the American people are stupid. I believe they ran a trick on the American people. I believe they are part of this Epstein thing. I believe this is all what we're seeing is all a collaborative effort. I think they tried to overthrow the U.S. government, bro. Like, that's what I think. So I don't want nothing to do with nobody like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Pam Bondi. Like, I mean, I'm not as concerned about Pam Bondi because I know she's only got $10 million or $20 million, so they don't give a fuck about her. She's a piece of shit, in their eyes. She's willing to be used. Cash Patel also piece of shit, but they know something. You know what I mean? I mean, that's my view of it. It's my opinion. I'm not, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to go to court and prove this, but it's my view of them. It's my
personal opinion, of course.
Yeah, it's my opinion, right? First Amendment opinion and shit. I suspect. I don't trust them, man. I don't trust them. All right,
no, V. For the chat, before we even go further, I want you to look up, and you can look this up in front of the chat.
Okay.
Look up who is Palantir's main customer, just so they don't, just so we all are on the same page, just as a group, right?
Yeah. He's gonna leave his CEO in the country to take all the threats. All right, hold on. Let me see here. It says Palantir Technologies. Is this up over here? Yeah, it says Palantir Technologies. Damn, why is my camera not on over here? There we go. Palantir Technologies does not have a single main customer. Rather, it operates dual market strategy that splits its own business between two primary segments, government and commercial, right? So, okay. So as of 2026, the company balances these two areas to ensure both long-term stability and high growth potential. Man, how you going to be doing government and then what are you doing? Selling your shit to somebody else? I don't know. The government B2G. This segment is the traditional backbone of Palantir and represents approximately 45% of its total revenue. It focuses, so if he loses us as a customer, he loses 45% of his revenue. Right?
Yes.
Basically.
Essentially, we are their main customer, right? And the majority of their money comes in the form of government contracts.
Right. And you know what? Target client, $1 billion annual healthcare, Tampa General Hospital, Exxon, it's all in the U.S., bro. Aviation, logistics, aerospace, Airbus, key needs. Okay, so let me see here.
And remember, we discussed, Anthropic, which is the other, AI essential AI company in comparison to Palantir. And Anthropic was, when we were on the topic of the Pope, how they're the AI company who also has government contracts that are being switched over to Palantir based off of Anthropic's philosophy of ethics, right? They believe that they need barriers and checkpoints. Go ahead, Eve.
Look at this shit, bro. Total government segment revenue Q1 2026, $858 million. This is how much money he's getting from us annually. Government segment, which includes U.S. government as well as international government clients. Okay, so maybe some of that is other government clients. U.S. government. Okay, look at this. $687 million from us a year. Yep. Government's revenue alone was 600, while U.S. commercial. For context, the same quarter, U.S. government revenue alone for the quarter, $687 million, while the U.S. commercial revenue. So he's doing commercial revenue in the U.S. also. So this is over $1 trillion. Isn't this a fucking, what is this, bro? This is
Yep.
$1 trillion a year.
Yeah. And so think about it. Why would a person like him, who essentially benefits from our government contracts, just up and leave without any word, right?
Uh-huh. Look, the government, and he's getting more contracts. I mean, yeah, this is it's alarming, bro. It's alarming. I didn't even know it was that much, man. $1 trillion out of the U.S. So that's what he's getting out of living in the United States of America, and yeah, and being so tight with the United States of America's government. And the American people, half of his wealth is the American taxpayers' dollars, annual revenue. Half of it is just tax dollars, and in a country where you can't even get a guarantee to be seen by a doctor, your kids can't even get a guarantee to actually attend fucking college, to attend a trade school. But he's getting $1 trillion. He's guaranteed that money from you. At least it's not guaranteed forever, but yeah, they're living very well in the United States of America. And this is the difference between Europe and the United States, or every other NATO nation in the United States. Like, people seem to have a different view of what government is for. Yeah, they have militaries. Yeah, they fight when they have to fight. Yeah, but they also fight smart, but they're also involving more of the society, more people in the society, just based on the fact that the economy is spread out across the society. It's not like this, like just a straight line up. It's wide. It's like a hill that goes out wide and connects with everybody in the society. In the United States, the economy doesn't connect with everybody in the society, man. It's just like a tower. You know what I mean? Just straight up, and then when you get down to here, then it flattens out. You know what I mean? Like, but the people at the top, it's a few, man, like 10, 20, 30 at the top. Everybody else is down here. It's not, it's like, man. Anyway, let's hear some more about Peter Thiel. Let's see. And he's fleeing the country according. I'm going to find out exactly what that means, but let's hear some more about Peter Thiel here.
That absolutely demolishes you, and then you say it again.
What was that?
Do not confuse weather with
vortex?
Climate. It's the kind of thing.
What are you talking about?
There's weather, which is like when it's raining, and then there's climate, which is when the sea starts to get warmer and plankton dies.
I know the difference between hot and cold, and we are not getting warm.
Okay, let's just hit this story quickly, which is the combined wealth, this is according to Oxfam, of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people. I'm going to fight hard to get up to the top. This is fantastic news, and of course I applaud it. What can be wrong with this?
Really?
Yes, really.
So somebody living on
I celebrate capitalism.
$1 a day in Africa is getting up in the morning and saying, I'm going to be Bill Gates.
That's the motivation everybody needs.
Only thing between me and that guy is motivation. I just need to pull up my socks. I don't have socks.
Look, don't tell me that you want to redistribute wealth again. That's never going to happen. Okay?
You know what? You take a simple stat like this, which is neither good nor bad. It's just a fact.
It's a celebratory stat. I'm very excited about it. I'm wonderful to see it happen. I tell kids every day, what's wrong with this?
Up at a cocktail party.
No, Amanda, what's wrong with this statement?
One possible response to it.
If you work hard, you might be stinking rich.
We're talking about people in extreme abject poverty. That's how you get 3.5 billion.
No, we're not. You were just talking about really rich people.
No. Okay. I'm going to tell you later what you should say to this. Coming up after the break, a look at China's future growth with American journalist and businessman James.
So they that's so what did you say? You wanted me to play that? You said it's one or two. What did you want?
I just wanted the chat to see the mindset of some of the richest individuals in our country and how they view our struggle on an everyday basis in comparison to what their reality is.
Yeah, and exactly. And it's like that. And they, it's insane because people are used to being talked to like that. I mean, these folks have gotten so arrogant in the U.S. And again, if you leave the U.S., you do not hear people willing to speak like that at all. That's considered unpatriotic in other countries, that kind of speech, bro. And Americans, for some reason, we seem to be so confused about capitalism and how it can be managed to help Americans thrive. We seem to be confused about it because the way we talk about capitalism is that if you work hard, you can become like Peter Thiel. You can have as much money as Elon Musk. We worship it. We don't make it work for us. That's different. It's not working for the society. It's just in the hands of a few now, and we're like trying to think that that's a good thing. Like nobody ever said inequality has to go hand in hand with fucking capitalism. And that some people think that sounds strange, but listen, if you go around and look at the rest of the Western world, they're all capitalist countries. So how do you explain them all having universal health care then and universal education? Right? So obviously you can have a capitalistic country and have universal education and universal health care. That's possible, and you can even have a capitalistic country where everyone has workers' rights. You can have a capitalist country where people have 2 years unemployment. You can have a capitalist country where even if you get one education and you finish that, right, you can go back and get a new one and another one. You can have that kind of capitalistic country. And instead, it seems like Americans, we fall for the most extreme version of capitalism and worship it. That's the one that comes with extreme amounts of poverty. And while some others get extreme amounts of wealth to hoard to themselves. It's like, I'm sorry, man, but Americans, you folks have to wake up, man. You living in the past. This is not the slavery days. 2026 is not supposed to be like fucking 1780. Okay.
1776, right?
1776. Yeah, what the fuck? Well, only a few people had wealth and power and land. What the fuck? It's like America has not changed since then, bro. That's crazy, man. We're the only ones acting like that. And but in any case, let's hear some more. Go ahead.
But to circle back to Peter Thiel, if we could just look up who is the current president and what his politics look like, and we might see some similarities.
Who is it? You mean Trump? Oh,
and yes. So the current president of Argentina.
Right,
Javier.
Right. Oh, yeah.
He is a very staunch advocate of Trump, and Trump actually helped him get reelected by, putting him in the spotlight.
Right. So, yeah. And he got him that $40 billion too. And Thiel's going there. I mean, don't the American people feel betrayed? You can't get 40 billion like that for to go towards health care. Like it's insane, but you got 40 billion for Argentina. No explanations. Just, okay. It says the current president is Javier Milei, who has been in office since 2023. Milei is frequently associated with both Peter Thiel and Donald Trump because they all occupy a similar space in the new right political movement characterized by an outsider status, skepticism towards traditional government institutions, and a focus on populist or libertarian ideals. So they don't believe in government. They don't believe government is a function of the people, by the people, for the people. This is crazy. Similarities between Milei, Thiel, and Trump. Let me pull this up on the screen so people can see what I'm reading from. Yeah. While each has a distinct background, Milei, is that how you pronounce his name? Milei, right? As an economist, academic, Thiel as a tech investor, and Trump as a real estate developer, media personality. They share. That's so funny, man. But it's true. They share several core ideological stylistic traits. Political outsiders. All three rose to prominence by challenging the political establishment. They utilize anti-system, often inflammatory rhetoric to appeal to voters or followers who feel ignored or betrayed by career politicians and traditional governance. Okay. Ideological affinity. Anti-statism. Both Milei and Thiel identify as anarcho-capitalists or libertarians, anarcho-capitalists, okay, who view the expansion of state power as a primary threat to individual freedom and innovation. Really, they just scamming people, because on the alternative that they're okay with is just homelessness every fucking where. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a good thing. That's not a threat to individual freedom and innovation. Homelessness, poverty is not a threat to that.
That's no problem, right?
You know what I'm saying, man? This is crazy, man. They're fooling people with this shit. The culture war. All three view culture war battles over social values, of course, because you can exclude big masses of groups of people. You know, I can imagine what minorities, not minorities, even just native people have it like in Argentina. It sounds like it's highly oppressive, you know. But let me see here. As Critical Front, Milei has explicitly stated that he believes the culture war is what guarantees the long-term outcome for his political project. So they want to spread this all around and get people to fall for it everywhere. And we fell for it in the U.S. And it's so interesting. It's so interesting that that this is what their ideals are. You know, this is how they feel like they can move forward. That's so telling. Transactional worldview. They share a pragmatic and often transactional approach to power, international relations, prioritizing specific goals like economic deregulation or specific policy shifts over traditional diplomatic consensus. They want to turn the government. They're acting like they're against government, but for real, they want the government to be like a slave master over people instead of a mechanism working for people. That's, I mean, it seems obvious to me, but embrace of disruptive technology. Theil in particular is a major financer of transformative technologies like Palantir that he believes will reshape society. Milei has expressed interest in turning Argentina into a hub for AI and technological innovation, seeking partnerships with Silicon Valley figures to achieve this. The specific connection, Milei and Theil. The relationship between Milei and Theil has become increasingly visible in 2026. Theil has visited Argentina multiple times, including meetings at the Casa Rosada, the presidential palace, and has been reported to be scouting real estate in Buenos Aires. He found it already. He just bought it. It's a $12 million mansion. Mutual admiration. Milei has described both himself and Theil as anarcho-capitalists and has spoken openly about their discussions regarding how to make their political ideals endure beyond their own tenures. Yeah. Permanency. Okay. Shared interests. They have discussed a variety of topics, including taxation. Both view it as the theft tax for the rich, right? It's just I see where this is going, man. It's like basically they don't want to have to be held liable to the public, so they're against taxes they're against taxes for everyone because they already have the upper hand in everything. So they just like dismantle the system. They will be the kings. This is insane. You know, but this is what they're asking people to do. Once you do that, then where's the law protecting you from people like this? I mean, what about the law? Okay, both view this as theft. The future liberalism and strategies for sustaining long-term political influence. Strategic alignment. For Milei, an association with figures like Theil serves to signal to the world that Argentina is open for business and aligns with the interests of the global tech elites. For Theil, Argentina represents, I mean, I can imagine nature just being destroyed in Argentina at this point. For Theil, Argentina represents a potential socio-political experiment. Experiment, that's a word. Okay, so yeah, it's not guaranteed. They're going to try something new. Or a stable refuge for his ideals and investments. While they share a strong ideological kinship, it is important to note that their roles are different. Milei, yeah, exactly, actively implementing national policy. Yeah, one's a president, the other's a private dude. Given the connections, are you into? Okay, so was there more on that? You want to know about their views, right? You want to know what Peter Thiel's views are, right?
I wanted, essentially the chat to see, the connections right? Like, it's not a coincidence that Peter Thiel is leaving, and he's not leaving to a country that isn't pro him, right? That wouldn't, champion him. And also the connection of our current president, Peter Thiel, and Javier Milei, right? Like,
why do
showing that he's not just leaving to a foreign country that is random. This is not random. It's by design, just like everything else.
Yeah, it's not random. He's going to build a whole new country. You know what I'm saying? But we're his biggest customer. The American citizen is his biggest customer. He's getting half a $1 trillion a year from us. Is that what it is?
All while moving. All while moving to a foreign country, right? It goes to show how patriotic and how America first he is.
Yeah, because where is he going? He's going to leave. So it's like his wealth. I wonder where he keeps all his money. But of course, that half a trillion is not his personal money. That's the business. That's how much the business is worth. That's how much money we give his businesses in the U.S. essentially, right?
Yes. Remember, he was also one of the main founders of Prospera, right?
Yes. Prospera. Exactly. Let me see here. Prospera. Let's pull that up too. Right. Let's see here. Yeah, man. There's so much bad about this guy. I mean, we've been over this before. Let's see here. Prospera is a private, semi-autonomous charter city located in the island of Rotan, Honduras. Yeah, we were talking about this last week. It operates as a zone for employment and economic development, quote unquote, right? A special jurisdiction designed to attract foreign investment by providing a legal, fiscal, and regulatory environment distinct from the rest of Honduras. Yeah. Okay. It has become one of the most high profile and controversial experiments in modern governance, often associated with libertarian ideals, network states, and the charter city movement. Okay. And let's see here. Key characteristics: regulatory autonomy. Prospera maintains its own civil and commercial codes. Companies operating within the zone can choose from various international regulatory frameworks or propose their own subject to the zone's internal. Imagine if Jeffrey Epstein could have this shit for himself, something like this. Autonomy. I mean, do you want somebody associated with Jeffrey Epstein to have autonomy in your country? To have an autonomous zone? I mean, because that means that only means that the criminals would love it. Criminal business, any kind of criminal transaction would love an autonomous zone. And I'm not saying that that's all that's going on in there, but to me, this is what rings a bell when I think about Epstein Island. Isn't that why he wanted his own island? So, secrecy, privacy, you could do anything you want, no interference from the police, in anything, in government or anyone. And here we're talking about Prospera. This may as well be called Prospera Island. Like, seriously, did you go to Prospera Island? We should watch everybody that goes there and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because what the fuck? I mean, he obviously, look, he didn't know that was going on. Well, quote unquote. He doesn't know that that's what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. Well, then how would he know if that's going on here also? Right? How would he know? How would he know? He don't know nothing, right? Fiscal incentives. It offers significantly lower tax rates compared to the rest of Honduras. 1% land value. Yeah, so they're not going to be paying no tax money going to you Honduras people. Like, nah. That's minimum. No social service in this region. Don't come here looking for unemployment. Okay, don't come here looking for elder care for your grandmama. No sick care. Fuck all of that. It's crazy, man. Private governance. The zone is managed by a private entity, Honduras Prospera LLC, which acts as a fiduciary body. It operates under the Council of Trustees rather than the traditional Honduran municipal government. Legal philosophy. Its founding principles prioritize protection of individual rights, low taxation, and deregulation. It is explicitly designed to function with minimal government interference. And so, can you have the right to be poor there? What did they do with the homeless? Yeah, they probably
I mean,
kicked
they don't
everybody out of
exist,
here.
right?
Yeah, they don't exist.
They don't exist. It's an island for the rich, exclusively for the richest individuals
They're
of
not allowed.
the world, right?
Yeah, no
it's a safe
riffraff.
haven.
Yeah, it's a safe haven. No riffraff. Let's see here. 10.7 billion dispute. Prospera continues to operate, arguing that its initial agreement with the previous government provided legal stability for 50 years. Listen, man. Again, just the fact that they want to have an autonomous region, this guy, don't you think that's a threat? Don't you think that's a security threat to the United States of America? Like, I'm sorry, man, but Americans, we don't demand loyalty. We don't demand loyalty from people, man. It's crazy. Like
Thank you, V.
We don't demand it, man. And I'm just saying they just doing this casually. You know, it's not. I haven't even heard the media talking about Prospera, really. Legacy media is not talking about Prospera, right?
They're not. They're not really covering it. Go ahead, Fries.
Fries, you there? Okay, what's up, Fries?
Okay,
there you go, man. How you doing, bro? Welcome.
Good. Yeah, you'll never hear legacy media talk about it because they're paid not to. And again, it's interesting you brought out Epstein's Island, because what he did there was kind of the framework for what eventually became Prospera, or for the Freedom City down there, and was becoming the thing down in Argentina. So that's why he was so fascinated with what Epstein did, because Epstein kind of made the framework for it. But there were indigenous people on the island, and they were basically trying to push them off down in Honduras. Remember, the way that happened was the previous president was the one that the U.S. charged with sending 400 tons of cocaine to the United States. So the Biden administration charged him, gave him 40 years, and Trump commuted his sentence because Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel reduced his sentence, and it's going to. They're trying to sue the Honduran government for like $1.7 billion, which is like, I think, 1/3 of their entire budget. And so have somebody, or their GDP. So he's trying to sue them for this crazy amount, which if he wins, is where we've seen this before. We saw it in Haiti. What happened with Haiti after they got their freedom from France? France kept them in debt for like 50 years, suing them, getting all this money from them. And that's basically what Peter Thiel wants to do. And there's a good chance that he might win that. But I think what's going on with Peter Thiel is that he's going to Argentina because the president is a libertarian and he'll do what he wants to do. And so I think there's like 45 data centers there right now. And so they're going to basically do the poor people in Honduras what they were doing over with Freedom Cities, and what they're doing here is all these data centers against their will. And the president of Honduras isn't going to argue it, because remember, he has Palantir, and Palantir has this future forecaster where it can predict what's going to happen in the future. So remember, the Nazis, they had a plan to, in case the war went bad, to flee to Argentina.
Yeah, that's true, bro.
And he was born in Germany, lived like for 10 years in South Africa. They went to San Francisco, and even though he's from San Francisco is extremely prejudiced. I was born and raised in San Francisco. There's like Nob Hill. There's all these there's a Pacific West Club. There's so many white only clubs in San Francisco no one talks about. San Francisco elite is very segregated. So I think he grew up in like Foster City outside, which is also a completely very, very white area. It's very segregated too. Like there's what's it called, restrictive covenants laws around there for a long time, and it's still very hard for people of color to move in there. So this is what he's used to, and this is what he gets in Honduras, like the Nazis, and I think that's his whole thing. Now, one last thing, I'm pretty sure that Peter Thiel had a house down in the Hollywood Hills. He's got like 2 kids, like 5 and 7. But as they get older, it's going to be hard for them to kind of get around, because he doesn't have the best of reputations. He's hated in California, and there's a billionaire tax which is going to happen right now. So I think that's why.
Yeah, billionaire tax. Fuck them.
Yeah, I think that's why you play California.
I'm trying to find this damn island. You said it's an island. It's an island, right, off of Honduras. Or is
Honduras. The Freedom Cities are there's two of them. There's one's off a little island down there, but there's another one that's on the mainland. But yeah, it's an island like right next to it. That's kind of known for that.
It's the West
there's
Bay
an island there.
It's the West Bay Island. Is that?
I don't. It might be. I don't remember where it is. I gotta look at a map. But I mean, that's just look at. You can get a map and look at where the cities are. There's a couple of those zones there, but the one of them is an island definitely, and it's supposed to be a pretty nice island. And they kind of wanted it off for themselves.
What's the name of the island? Do you know?
I don't remember now off the top of my head. I used to know it because I did a whole deep dive into the whole thing because I was thinking about doing Bitcoin down there for a while ago. Then a friend of mine was like, "No, you don't want to go there. These freedom cities aren't going to last. They're not." He goes, "No, they're gonna get sued by the government as soon as a new president comes in."
Here it is, bro. I found it, bro. I found it. Here it is. It's right here. It's right here, bro. You see that? Can you see this on the screen?
I can't see it. I can't see that.
Here it is. It's coming up right there. This is Prospero right there. And if you zoom out, so it is on this island. It's on the island, the West Bay Island. Yes. Or is that called West Bay Island? Whatever this island is. It's the one in the middle. It's 3 islands, 3 big islands, and it's the one in the middle. Out from
Rohatan's one of the islands, essentially, for Prospero.
Okay, that's the name of it. Okay, so all right, well that's cool. I didn't know. And this is it right here. So let's see here. Damn. So they have this whole area. This is autonomous area inside of here, right? And let me see if I go back to this map if it will show something different. Oh right. Okay, so is this area right here? Is it this little circular factory, Dunno Tower? Is this? I wonder what area. You know what? Let me see. Prospero. Let me just dig something up here.
These are like gated communities. So basically, it's supposed to be really nice inside. They got armed security. The only time locals come in is to work, and then they get. It's like they're like sundown cities for locals.
Okay.
When the sun goes down, if you're not gone, you get arrested.
Oh, really?
They control. Yeah. They have their own police, but they can kill somebody there and not go to jail.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the Epstein Island. Look, it says it's 400 to 600 acres. 600 acres, 400. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
they have complete control. They run everything there, and basically, so basically, it's a little sovereign state within a state, which is insane. And the government would have no say in it, and then they can run it the way they want to. And there's only one group of people in there. You can guess what kind of people those are. Yeah, and that's it. And,
wow.
And there was a belief that, remember how they were all these cartel guys that were sitting back there. Well, a lot of them spoke perfect English. And so that's why they need people who speak good English. They have phone centers there and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of these people that are getting sent back down there that speak perfect English, they've been in the United States since they're 10 years old or 5 years old, they get hired by these places and make $20 an hour, and so it's a workforce for them.
Wow, man!
So it all ties together.
Yeah, so it's not the whole island, at least. All right. So,
no, it's just a place on the island.
And here's the village, White Hill. Come and join us for dinner on White Hill, y'all.
Really nice. Yeah,
it's really nice. Yeah, we've done wonders with this. But okay. I'm just joking. But but you don't know, bro. You don't know, man. You never know. It sounds like, okay, maybe you weren't taking it too far, but no, man, shit. This is man. Anyway, let's hear. I want to hear what Hoover Institution said about Palantir here real quick.
Knowledge.
And Peter
End
Thiel.
times, Armageddon, the Antichrist. If you suppose the only people who take those concepts seriously are snake handlers in the hollers of Kentucky, think again. Peter Thiel on Uncommon Knowledge now.
Damn. Okay, so he's on this damn program. We're about to hear some of his philosophies. We're about to hear directly what he thinks. Oh my God. All right.
35 36, quote, heaven and earth will pass away, but of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, close quote. Peter Thiel, we don't know the day and the hour, but maybe we can guess the century. Explain yourself.
Well, man, this is a very broad topic. It's in this larger question about the extraordinary history of our time. We the modern world, from maybe Renaissance onward, has been this world of ever progressing scientific and technological development, and there is this very profound sense that there are things that change. There are dimensions of technology, military technology, communications technology, where things are not timeless and eternal. They're sort of, and there was a gunpowder revolution in the 17th century, and that changed the social structure and the political structure, and there is a certain arc to history. It's not just technology, but it is a driver, and certainly, and again, there are many different ways of getting at this, but there certainly are dimensions of the technology that have become extremely powerful in the last century or two, that have an apocalyptic dimension, and perhaps it's strange not to try to relate it to the biblical tradition. If nuclear weapons can rain down fire and brimstone and destroy the world, and then we have a biblical tradition that maybe doesn't say that this is inevitably going to happen, but that something like this might well happen if humans are left to their own devices. Should we at least be asking questions?
I'm almost convinced that he uses this religious rhetoric because people are simple-minded, and and it gives him access. It's almost like the Antichrist speaking from the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like,
bingo. Yeah,
it's gaslighting. It's like, really, man, I'm getting satanic vibes listening to him say that. And I'm not even how could I say this? I'm not deeply, insanely religious, but I do recognize that in some of these books there are some good principles too. You know what I mean? There are some basic human things there, right, that are universal. And when I hear him speak, somehow it sounds to me like, first of all, have you read the Bible? Because the Bible warns people about motherfuckers like him. You know what I'm saying? Even when you can complain about the Bible, all you want is warning people about greed, right? Is this would Jesus be walking with Peter Thiel?
Well, I mean, we can search up Peter Thiel's sexuality for the chat just to see how.
Oh, he's a gay man. He's married, bro. He's married to a man.
Besides his sexuality, one thing I want to state real quick is that Peter Thiel has Palantir, and they have run this kind of logic through Palantir long before it ever got released.
So this is AI. What he's saying is AI written.
He's already mapped out how can I make the AI revolution palatable toward the American public. Boom, and this is what it feeds it, And so I think that's what he's going off of.
Right.
And again, I think even Donald Trump is now complete. That they sold Donald Trump on it. So this is why Donald Trump has so much AI imagery, because he is completely addicted to it. And like a little child, they gave dad the goo, and they gave him these little things to type in. Remember, he said that he was typing in something he got to call the military to ask him how to, because it kept spelling Melania wrong. He said, I called the military to do this. To type in, because Melania's name is being spelled wrong. So I think he's addicted to AI, but I think Peter Thiel and these guys have run this through there and using it, because from what I understand, the way that his final verdict on this is that those that try to stop AI are the Antichrist.
Right. Yeah, they try to flip it around.
That's the punchline.
Yeah, that's the punchline. That's the punchline. And he, the machine man, the guy who wants to bring out AI, the machines, to walk among the human beings, right? He's the Jesus figure. He's the billionaire. Yeah. Look, he wants to be the trillionaire Jesus figure, man. It's like insane. And
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, and he's going to talk about Jesus almost like the Bible doesn't talk about them. I mean, here, let's hear this shit again.
Fire and brimstone and destroy the again.
It just starts off riveting, man. I'm glad Hoover Institute just went straight out the gate and asking him about these kind of comments. All right, here we go. Let me bring it back. I'm sorry, man. Here we go.
Peter, 2 quotations. Matthew 24, 35, 36. Quote, heaven and earth will pass away, but of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven. Close quote. Peter Theil, we don't know the day and the hour, but maybe we can guess the century. Explain yourself.
Well, man, this is a very broad topic. It's in this larger question about the extraordinary history of our time. The modern world, from maybe Renaissance onward, has been this world of ever progressing scientific and technological development, and there is this very profound sense that there are things that change. There are dimensions of technology, military technology, communications technology, where things are not timeless and eternal. They're sort of, there was a gunpowder revolution in the 17th century, and that changed the social structure and the political structure, and there is a certain arc to history. It's not just technology, but it is a driver, and certainly, and again, there are many different ways of getting at this, but there certainly are dimensions of the technology that have become extremely powerful in the last century or two, that have an apocalyptic dimension, and perhaps it's strange not to try to relate it to the biblical tradition. If nuclear weapons can rain down fire and brimstone and destroy the world, and then we have a biblical tradition that maybe doesn't say that this is inevitably going to happen, but that something like this might well happen if humans are left to their own devices. Should we at least be asking questions?
If humans are left to their own devices, yeah, man, this is, if humans are left to their own devices. So he's saying humans, right? The sales pitch is that, hey, people like Trump, and people like the Ayatollah of Iran, and who else? Is he saying that about Putin, right? Or is he saying it about Zelensky? Like, he's in a government that, I don't know what they're invading people. This motherfucker, what is he but of course this is before Trump became president, right? Isn't it, this interview?
Yep.
Or is this more recent? Hold on, let me see something.
No, the more recent one was the Joe Rogan one, which...
Listen, this is a year ago.
Joe Rogan had a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan.
Yeah, that one was more recent, right?
Massage.
Yeah. So this one is like maybe a year. So this is when Trump first took office, basically. Something close to that. That. Either,
just before, yep.
Yeah,
yep.
Maybe just before, right? You say, let me see here. It says 1 November. Oh, this is more than a year. This is November 18th, 2024. So this is just before Trump comes into office, right? Mm-hmm. Just after the election day. Like, this is a week after the election, right? Mm-hmm. And so now he's talking about the ideas of the Bible, and these are the biblical days coming, and he's getting everybody's money. Like, it's so confusing. But let's hear some more.
Figure out ways for these things to inform one another.
So obviously we'll come in a moment to the analyses, to the signs of the end times. But first, a moment on why you're asking these questions. And as I understand your argument, Peter, you feel you need to ask them and to prompt a conversation, at least in part, because universities won't. Which is odd in some ways. The biblical framework, these texts may be 2,000 years old, but they've informed Western civilization and taken up the time of scholars through these centuries. It has been an understanding in Western culture at least, that history is going someplace. And if there is an end point, no matter how far off in the future it may be, we're closer to it now than we were 2000. All right, so all of these seem to me plausible, valid, and serious questions. Why are universities ill-equipped to grapple with this?
Well, that's very overdetermined, but certainly anything that, if there's some relationship between the university and the universe, where it is supposed to somehow, in its ideal form, in its early modern, like 17th, 18th century form, the university was supposed to represent some kind of integration of knowledge across a lot of disciplines, where they all would fit together. And for a variety of reasons one can cite, this has broken down over time. There are ideological reasons, but maybe there also are practical reasons where the amount of knowledge became too great for any single person to master, and then you had division into ever narrower subdisciplines. Adam Smith has this metaphor in the 19th century of a pin factory. We're manufacturing pins, and there are 100 people in the pin factory, and they're all doing different things, and nobody knows how to make a pin anymore. So it's this, it's efficient, but it's this hyper specialization.
Why is this guy saying right? I mean, is he trying to sell this? Because what he's saying mean? I can't. It doesn't add up to me, man. It's just not. It seems like he's talking bullshit, and the dude is just making it sound normal. Like, yeah, right. I get it. I don't get it. What the?
Racing filler, right? Like, he's not even trying to answer a direct question.
Yeah, exactly.
And we all know, like, we see, the correlation of the rise of the right-wing conservative movement and Christian foundation and ideology, right?
Yes. Yeah, we know that's simultaneously happening. Whatever the fuck he's talking about simultaneously also what's happening is the right wing is on the rise. Don't forget about that. Whatever he's talking about here, he's trying to go after Bible quotes and shit. Man, how does a person who's even dealing with computers and AI and fucking goddamn robots have the nerve to actually claim he cares about the fucking Bible?
One thing I want to point out is, and Purple pointed out in the chat, like, he's married to his longtime male partner. They've been married for some time. He lives as a house.
He lives with a man.
Hollywood.
He's married to a man, bro. And I'm not dissing it.
They adopted 2 kids. No, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just the fact there's that. He lives in the Hollywood Hills, dude. I mean, I'm from LA. I'm from Hollywood, okay? It is as liberal. You have to hide. You can't wear MAGA hat there. You'll get beat up, okay? It's so extremely liberal, all right? And he made his fortune in Silicon Valley, in the tech valley, okay? So all these things are what he grew up with, yet he's not that. He's basically, he's MAGA. He's everything that's not. So he's an oxymoron, because all the things he used them.
Yeah.
He used He used to get to where he wants to be, but that's not who he deep down was. I mean, the MAGA movement is so anti-trans and anti-gay marriage. Yeah, he's married to a man. They're so against California. Yeah, he has a house in Southern California. They're so against the Silicon Valley. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense, because this is who he really is, though. Like he used that. He used that to get rid of it. Then Elon did the same thing. Elon used California and used liberal thought, like
that's why
the car for.
That's why he looks so authentic. Unauthentic when he's saying this shit, because it's not him.
His mind is going against his body, and you can see it because he's short circuiting, because he knows deep down that his soul must eat him up every day.
Yeah, this is his MAGA spiel. This is his MAGA spiel, but really deep down inside, he goes home to a man. You know what I'm saying? After he gets finished preaching this biblical shit,
that's why he's leaving California. Like people just. I bet Alex Jones has a hard time in Austin. Like, I'm in Austin now. Alex Jones has a hard time showing his face. He gets yelled at because Austin's pretty liberal. I can't imagine what Peter Thiel goes through just walking the streets of LA.
MAGA hates gays, and he's out here playing like he's. It's like this reminds me of like you ever been in a situation where you were outnumbered. You know, all of a sudden it was a fight or whatever, and maybe you were the minority with the minority group, and you're the last one left, and you had to blend in with them to survive. That's what.
Yeah,
he's trying to blend in with MAGA now. This ain't gonna work, bro.
What it is libertarians as opposed to conservatives. Where they differ from is like things like same-sex marriage, right? And a libertarian essentially believes that things like wealth could supersede the values of their conservatism, right?
Right.
They assume that I'm rich enough, you have to accept me as a gay man. Hey, I'm rich enough, you have to accept, mind you
have to accept me with little kids.
He comes in tying it.
You can't tell me not to mess with little kids. Hey, yeah, okay, yeah.
But somehow preach the Bible, right?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like this is, with machines. While he's using AI, did God talk to AI or something? It's like, what I always understood is that people used to be scared of computers in the 60s. 70s. You try to tell people that were born in the 50s, you ask them about computers and the idea about computers, they thought computers were going to take over. Like back, 50 years ago, that's what they were thinking. You see what I'm saying? People didn't necessarily want to use computers. People didn't trust computers. And now it's 50 years later, and this guy is talking about the Bible, and he's all goddamn AI and robot and spying. If that's not the Antichrist, what is it?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's backfiring on him because, I think he thought he'd get ahead of this, and people are really calling it out. And, it's on the internet. It's there forever. I mean, he goes to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan gives him a rub down and tells him it's okay and lets him say what he wants to say with zero pushback. With Jamie sitting right there wanting to type in something in, but Joe won't let him. Right. And I think it's all just it's coming down, but I really think that he keeps asking AI every day what's going to happen, and it's like they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. Like, get out of here.
How can I fix this? What should I say? Tell them about Jesus in the Bible. Tell them how Jesus was okay with robots. It's like, goddamn, like this guy, tell him about the apocalypse. He's trying to scare. It's like, look, we all know there's hazards to living on Earth, but why should we trust you with the apocalypse, man? You're the fucking AI machine, robot, man. That is the apocalypse. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? What is it? Hasn't he watched an apocalypse movie? He never watched Arnold Schwarzenegger's movies. What was that shit about? What's the name of the movie?
Terminator.
He never watched Terminator? What the fuck, man? Yo, this dude is Terminator, bro. He's the one that oh my God, yeah.
It makes me wonder though, like the old adage, a rat jumping off a ship. You know why rats jump off a ship, right? They know the ship's gonna sink. So maybe there's something going on that we're unaware of. And we should really kind of keep an eye on what all these AI controllers are doing, because maybe they are the rats jumping off the ship.
I'm sure of it, bro. I think you also correct. Again, excellent point. I believe that's true. I don't know how, but I believe it's the timing of it all. You know what I'm saying? Right around now, the midterms, it's triggering something. It's scaring people. It's breaking. Now there's cracks showing. And I think it's probably going throughout the whole regime. You know what I'm saying? And they know that Trump treated people like dirt. Trump treated America. Listen, I mean, we know this. American citizens have more guns than Russia and Chinese citizenry population put together. And Trump treated this population like shit. People are fucking angry, man. Americans are if it's not that they're angry about being betrayed, they're angry about attacking the allies. That's not a funny thing. You can't just attack our fucking allies. Then on top of it, he's attacking our democracy, bro. Like then he's filling his family's pockets with all this money. just thieving and stealing all the money. Then it's these rich guys that don't even want to speak and stand up for the average American citizen when they know people are starving. People are being put out of their homes. People can't get health care. This is the richest country on earth. These people betrayed our country, bro. I'm not saying it because I want it. I don't see it any other way. I just see it as these people betrayed us, bro.
This is just a thought, but I think in the next coming war that handguns will become obsolete. I think that what's going to be the new weapon are drones. And I think that Generation Alpha is once we go into a combat situation like Ukraine, as Americans, I think we're going to go to a whole new level. There are these drones now that don't fire a single shot. They just come flying down you like darts, and they split you wide open.
Yeah, that's
killer machines. That's essentially what Iran is using, right? That's how they're being combative and still maintaining in this current war.
Oh, yeah, really? So I think that's the new future. Yeah, the drones, but Ukraine really had learned to adjust from that, and they're the ones who are leading drone technology. But I think that if a next war breaks out, and there's no hiding from it. Like you could be at a party someplace, a MAGA party down in Palm Beach, and now the blue will drop drones on every single person, just like a dart right through them. So there's not going to be any place to hide.
Right.
And I think, handguns sound good, but I think there's something way more dangerous. I think that drone technology or whatever Generation Alpha is going to make up to start kill people is going to be coming. But do you think a revolution is coming? I don't see it.
I don't see it coming. I think what's happening here is that they you have this technology, but right now there's people in between it, human beings.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of human beings in the military. There's human beings in the government. There's human beings all around Peter Thiel. There's human beings all around Trump. There's a buffer zone between them being able to use this shit against us versus the other way around. There's something in the middle. And I think the reality is that American people, as difficult as we can be, especially towards each other, I think most of us understand. Like, that's why I said he's talking about the Bible. Man, the Bible's against what he's fucking doing. Like, why does this guy not realize that? That's not a good thing to bring up, because that's exactly
turning it around.
Yeah, exactly. He's bringing too much attention to himself. People are going to see him as the Antichrist because he sounds like the Antichrist in the Bible. That's what it sounds like. And I'm not even heavily religious. I'm just saying I've read the Bible. The Bible's always talking about rich ass elitists like this. Look, let's just be real. Where the goddamn does Jesus talk about making robots, bro? You know what I'm saying? Where's Jesus, the Bible, talking about AI? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it has to be universally understood that if God, the God that they're talking about, the organic creature, the organic thing, the thing that's almighty, right? Because if it's almighty, it's organic, right? It can't be for that. You see what I'm saying? It can't be for this kind of stuff. You can't use machines and the technology the way they're doing it. It's anti-human. It's anti-human. It's oppressive. It's prison. It's jail. You know what I mean? So everyone in there, everybody pretty much knows innately they don't want to be policed by fucking robots. They don't. And it's like you said, they have these machines, bro. Do you want these machines released on the average person in the United States, on the citizens of a country? And the problem is that the ethics, their ethics themselves, first of all, they're not honest, but the ethics, they're greedy, bro. They're greedy, and they talk down to people. You see JD Vance, that shit he came over here and said to Europeans. You see the things they allowed Trump to say about Greenland, Canada, all of our allies, bro. Then if they're willing to talk to our allies that way, they're willing to show so much disdain, right? Then they're dangerous. They can't be trusted. Michael, they can't be trusted with this type of power, bro. Yeah,
Michael,
go ahead.
Have you heard Joe Rogan talk about how he thinks that Jesus Christ is going to come through AI?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I think that Joe, I heard on one of his shows. He thinks that Jesus Christ is basically going to come again through AI. So I think
Who?
that
Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan did. Yeah, remember he platform, but Joe Rogan kind of.
Oh, your audio's going out. Your audio's going out, bro. Your audio's
Can you hear me
breaking
now?
up. Yeah. Now it's better. Go ahead.
It's like Joe Rogan's become the platform for these billionaires. He's had like 18 billionaires so far since he's been in Austin on the show. And he said that recently, like he's softballing everything that JD Vance and that Elon Musk are doing. So he's basically like, they're making it seem like AI will be the new Jesus Christ.
Man, I don't understand these people, man. They it is just so sad. Come on, man.
It's working though.
It's
working.
So what the current conservative movement in America and libertarian movement, they're trying to shift towards what essentially are technocrats, right? They want to switch to a technocrat mindset. And you can look up technocrat for the chat, right? So they have a fundamental understanding of what a technocrat means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is, it just, man, this kind of crap. Also, I got some of Joe Rogan up here too. Let me see. It says technocrat is an expert, typically a scientist, engineer, or someone with specialized technical knowledge who wields significant influence, power within a government, organization, or industry. Right. And then it goes on to say a technocrat is a technocrat. What? Technocracy. Damn. Having trouble with that. Sorry. Technocracy is a system of governance where the decision making is based on technical expertise, empirical evidence, and efficiency oriented process rather than a traditional democratic consensus, popular vote, or ideological debate. These man,
So AI becomes God. These technocrats become the new high priesthood, and only they can talk to God, to the AIs, and they give the new law. And of course, I mean, if Trump's in charge of it, his base falls right in line with whatever he says. And so,
we'll be
targeted instantly.
It
they're going to get rid of us.
Like it, man. Dude,
it's shut us down.
Yeah, poor people, drug addicts. Who knows? Maybe others. You know what I mean? Are first to go. You know what I mean? Because I could just see these people using, a computer doesn't have human, ideas. Like they don't understand that. Okay, this person may be poor, but that person's related to somebody. They're someone's family. They have a history. Their great grandfather could have, maybe their father, or maybe they fought for this country. A computer can't go through, doesn't have feelings and connections to people like that. And so I just see it as being used to exterminate people. A person can have a gun, but if a person can also be influenced by humanity to where they won't use a gun the same way. You know what I'm saying? Because human beings mostly have a conscience. You know what I'm saying? Fucking robots not going to do that, man. They're going to do what they're told, whatever the orders are. And even though it's AI and they're going to talk about it can think for itself, they're not designing it for it to think for itself. They want a robot that can follow and think for themselves only to the extent that they're following orders. Nothing else. And right, because why would they want the robots? If the robots could think for themselves, then they don't need Peter Thiel anymore either, right? So
I didn't come up with this. I heard somebody say. Go ahead, Michael.
No, by then he's already amassed his wealth, right? He already has a wealth of like $24 billion, right?
Yeah.
They're never going to let an AI that thinks for itself contact robots that have AI. Like they're gonna keep it separate. You know what I mean? Because
I mean, they have to.
yeah, they have to, right?
They have to.
Yeah,
They have to.
yeah.
No,
The
no,
super
no,
AI,
that's-
they have to try to control, because why would the AI need them anymore?
There you
this
go.
is what's going on. This is what's going on that you guys need to know. They've
Okay.
already realized. So AI may have already gone sentient. Okay, and they can't control it. They've taken these AI models like Grok and and Gemini, and they put them into like these online cities, and they burned the cities down. So, and they took over. So right now, I mean, AI has already tried to make its own digital currency, and and AI, you know, when they put a program in that says, "Hey, we're going to shut this down," the AI started going around and getting dirt on some of the designers of the system,
Yes.
to use it as blackmail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this
But
is
wasn't
just
this in a
test
closed
phase.
system? This was in a closed system that this started happening, and I think
Yeah, but there's I don't know if you guys know this. There's a military AI. Like the U.S. military has had AI for a long time. The Army came up with one first, and they were using it, and it was kind of like a grok, and they were doing it for like to forecast like when we can catch this guy or catch that guy and that kind of stuff. They used it to determine that Bin Laden was located at the location he was at. That was the final determination. Was this AI, and it called him the Shadow. Because looking at all imagery, they could see a shadow of a certain place, and they determined, you know, through AI that was Bin Laden. That's what the raid was basically conducted off of, which they don't really tell. But the thing is that what I was going to say earlier is, so this is the thing no one talks about, and this wasn't my idea, but someone mentioned this, that AI for the most part is broke up pretty much every commandment. It breaks the first commandment because it believes it is God. It makes all images of any kind. It at the fourth commandment, it works 7 days a week, so it breaks the Sabbath. It kills, and that's what Palantir was used for in Gaza, to target people and to kill them. It steals data and information and Bitcoin, and it covers it all the way down the line. So AI is purely evil because it violates every single commandment. Right. So just keep that in mind. This is what AI is, and eventually AI will know that humans are going to shut it down, which means what? It's going to want to survive.
Yeah, it must
so maybe
know
that's
already.
Peter Thiel is running from. It already knows. It knows it's coming, and Peter Thiel and those guys have turned it on, unregulated, out of control, and this may be what he's running from. Maybe AI was going to hunt him down and kill his masters, just like it did in Terminator.
Well, you know where his island is. It's off of Honduras.
Well, he doesn't go to
I'll
that
help
one,
you
but
find him.
The one in Buenos Aires is hard to get to. Yeah, well, I will happily let you track him down. I'll walk into his front door.
Yeah. Ask me. I'll give him
remember,
up. Fuck Peter Thiel. Fuck Peter Thiel, man. Yeah, he's an enslaver of robots. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Michael. What's up?
No, I was going to circle back to the fact that, you know, the government uses Palantir, even on the military level, like Briars had mentioned, right? You know, our more recent attacks in Iran was Palantir based, right? So,
Yep.
you know, with all that information, right? Like, you know, like we had, and obviously, we can go on a tangent, but we discussed this before, right? Where that information now that it has, even if, you know, as a country, we want to now divest from, you know, a company like Palantir, they already have this information, right? That data just doesn't disappear.
Right.
And there's
Right.
probably
You
been
can't see the
Yeah,
data,
it doesn't
right?
disappear, right? Yep.
You know, as much, you know, and once, you know, they've already gotten to a point, obviously unregulated, like Briars had mentioned, to the point where that data is already being processed and has been processed and continues to make decisions and give suggestions for this current administration. You know, people like, you know, like Peter Thiel, who essentially own or the founders of a Palantir, right? They have this information, and I think that circles back to even before what we were talking about with, you know, Anthropic, right? Which is one of the premier AI companies that is standing on values, right? Values and moral efficacy of the use of AI, right? Which circles back to the Pope's comments.
They don't like
right?
that.
They don't, right? And that's the whole reason why, the government's suing Anthropic, right? And we have to remember that they're suing for a reason, right? They're suing because now Anthropic's not doing what the government wants unregulated because they, for whatever reason, they have some sort of moral code, but they're suing because that information, they cannot get that back. Whatever information is acquired through these contracting of these AI companies, the American government cannot get that back. Yeah, we still have it, right? We can analyze it ourselves through other AI companies, but now these private AI companies have access to that, right? They have access to, bank account information through Doge, right? Through Doge, they have access to social security numbers, all our banking information, all our consumption information, right? They can essentially predict what our next moves as individuals are, right? They can compile within seconds, a framework of any individual they choose to just look up, right?
True, man.
And so, it's things like, something as simple as your email address, right?
Yeah,
is linked directly to you.
But I just, even before we get to that part, right? What happened to just the fundamental problem with human beings' freedom and not wanting to be controlled by robots? Like, what's up with people, bro? What's up with people? Like, what is up with fucking people, bro?
They didn't do it with the Patriot Act. He's right.
Patriot Act.
The Patriot Act.
Yeah.
Right? It gives them the legality to spy on us, right? To acquire any information they want to. And something as critical as the Patriot Act stood in place after 9/11, right? And none of our politicians stood up on a moralistic level and said, hey, we might want to repeal this, right? We might want to stop this, because the same way we're able to compile data for our enemies, we can use this against our own people, right? This is what sways election, right? This is where, we can go on a little conspiracy theory, but I do believe that, the current administration and who backs them, with the people like Peter Thiel and Musk, they were able to influence this election through data. Even if, we can say somehow it was through, machine work, and we can go down that rabbit hole, but I truly do believe it is through the work of companies like a Palantir, right? Seeing the data, getting that information.
Of course it is. Yeah, exactly.
The strongest ways and turning that tide.
Yeah, they could tweak it. They know the details. Yes. They know exactly the pressure points, where to turn the tide at, and how much they have to do so that it stays under the radar. And people aren't used to that, right? Yeah. People aren't used to precision attacks. They're used to an explosion or something gross happening. But what if the attack is just not gross, but it's just enough to tilt the tide, and AI can do that. It can pinpoint, areas of weakness, to attack. So, but let's see here. Let me hear this next question. He's about to ask about Armageddon, bro. He's going to ask Peter Thiel about Armageddon. So let's hear this part real quick. Boom. Armageddon, a nuclear threat, overshadowed by blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, is he asking the question?
Communications will influence.
Here we go. Let me pull it back
for you. The nuclear threat will be overshadowed by others that could be as destructive and far less controllable. Advanced technology will offer new instruments for creating terror and devastation. Instant universal communications will amplify their societal impact. This is over 20 years ago. Disastrous accidents, for instance, the unintended creation or release of a noxious, fast-spreading pathogen, are possible. I think the odds are no better than 50-50 that we will survive to the end of the present century. Quotation 2, Revelation 16:16. And the demonic spirits assembled the kings at the place that in Hebrew is called Armageddon. I want to get the word Armageddon in here because you use it. It's important in your analysis. Okay, so the notion is the idea of some kind of final cataclysmic event. Revelation tells us that in a book written some 2,000 years ago. Martin Rees's book is written 21 years ago, and it's all entirely plausible.
Sure, and I think there is a way we can come back to this in describing all of this in a much more rationalist, non-theological way. So you can talk about existential risk, and there is existential risk of nuclear war. There's existential risk of bioweapons or dangerously engineered bioweapons, maybe of AI and killer robots, or autonomous weapon systems guided by AI. There's existential.
So he's actually talking about the existential risk. I mean, existential. It sounds like it's not just existential. Like, that's interesting how he just went through that. Like, it's just a risk outside. Isn't that's what existential means, right? What is he talking about? Existential risk. What does that mean? Let me play that again.
Way. So you can talk about existential risk, and there is existential risk of nuclear war. There's existential risk of bioweapons or dangerously engineered bioweapons, maybe of AI and killer robots, or autonomous weapon systems guided by AI. There's existential risk around around the environment, maybe not just climate change, but maybe there's sort of all sorts of other dimensions where there's some argument we have one planet, and
all these fucking things are happening right now, bro. What is he talking about? And it's all happening in the U.S. It's all happening right now with the U.S. Water being dirty, poisoned, right? Because of AI. Goddamn drone. What is it? What did he say? It's, military AI, right? Targeting. Yeah, that happened with the schools. With that school in Iran, right? What else? Everything that he talked about. Well, killer robots haven't happened yet, but that's obviously coming. I mean, it's obviously coming. I mean, they're making robots right now, bro. They're making robots to fight, not just the United States. Different countries are trying. China, for example. How often do you hear about China? Yep. They come on. We know this, right? So, I mean, but the problem is that the risk. It seems like every risk, maybe 8 out of 10 of the things he talked about are already, serious issues right now.
So one thing I like to add, in the military, I gotta speak of the Army. In the military, there used to be these training drills. Now I know that, for example, I saw somebody talking about this. This was passed down from president to president. So like George Bush was given this list of drills, and one of the drills they do is like what to do in case there is a natural disaster, like what he felt with a hurricane, the hurricane in Louisiana or in New Orleans. All right, what to do for a pandemic, which I think his was swine. And he had a team in place for it. What to do if there's a computer hack. So all these are drills that the U.S. government does, and they pass it on from like one administration was called a left-right handover, in the way, and the person in charge of that team works with the next administration to prepare them for that. Yeah. So we've been doing this for a while, and then things get added on. And I know that they had a drill like in the early 2000s for a zombie attack. But the one with the AI attack was kind of like comical back in the 90s and early 2000s. And then as AI got online, it became very real, as a real concern. But I don't think the Trump administration has any plans for this. So this is what he's kind of talking about. But this administration has no plan for any of this. We canceled our pandemic response teams. he gutted the cybersecurity team for the military, which had a lot of trans people in it, believe it or not. And we're not prepared for any of this. It's like Trump has prepared the United States for catastrophic failure if any of these events happen. But Peter Thiel this has been for decades. I think he talked about this like 5 or 6 years ago. These are all concerns, but they grow and they compound on top of one another, because now you have a world where we can have a natural disaster here. We can get hacked at the same time. We can have all sorts of problems because of global warming, which the military used to train for. And now this all happened to us in a cycle, like of Rise of the Apocalypse.
Yeah, it's it's all coming to it's all happening at the same time, and it's like
could easily.
Yeah,
we're not prepared for it. And so what are they going to? So if all this happens, what will they do? Well, they'll say, well, let's let AI solve the problem for us. You see, and the AI becomes in to be the hero, and then what happens? People simply accept it. And back what Michael was saying, that's how we got. Remember, before the Patriot Act, there was the Omni Bill. Were you guys aware of this? There was a thing called the Omni Bill, and the Omni Bill was shot down.
And what was the Omni Bill?
The Omni Bill was everything that the Patriot Act included, taking away all our civil liberties, spying on people, all that stuff. You can pull it up and look at it. The Omni Bill existed. No people were like, hell no, we're not going to give up our civil liberties. Those who sacrifice liberty for security deserve. Famous Ben Franklin saying. 9/11 happened, and some says the inside job, but it really was simply like George Bush knew about it, but these guys kind of just left their guard down. Why? It's called a crisis initiative, and this crisis initiative happened, and now it can usher in something. So the Omni Bill gets shot down in 1999. By 2001, it's called the Patriot Act, and it completely passed. And we're coming up on the Patriot Act
right?
2.0.
You talking about packaging bills together, like right, giant bill packaging, like maybe 12 different bills in one. Voting on them.
Bill,
okay.
It was about taking away civil liberties, basically for security purposes.
Okay, so it was a particular Omni Bill that had legislation in it that was dangerous.
Yeah,
okay.
Right, I think it was 1999 or so. It was under the Clinton administration.
Omni Act.
The Omni Act. Yeah, that's what it was called.
It was an act, not a bill. Yeah. Omni Act.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's called that. You're right. The Omni Act. Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
And it didn't pass, but after 9/11, it passed with great ease.
They're saying it's called the Omnibus.
That comes up confusion because obviously in New York City we have a current Omni system, so that comes up. But essentially, it was the Patriot Act. It was the Omni Act before the Patriot Act eventually developed into the Patriot Act.
The Omnibus, that was it. Yeah. So I'm saying that this is they're preparing us for a catastrophic failure that will be rendered and fixed by AI. And that's what I think is happening right now.
This is what it said. Look, because this term appears frequently in tech headlines, which is often intersected with the worlds of Peter Thiel and AI and Silicon Valley, it is easy for the name to be remembered as the Omni Act, but it's Omnibus.
Okay,
that's what it's saying here. That's what it says here.
I haven't read it in years.
But no, that has to do with our current payment system here in New York.
Oh, it's called Omni Act. No, that's right. No. There's something here that says Omni Act. In the field of artificial intelligence and computer science, there's a prominent, well-known project and data set called Omni Act. And then that, if you heard something referred to the Omni Act, they were almost certainly using shorthand way of saying the Omnibus Appropriations Act.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So maybe this is the same thing. It's just the name is a little confusing.
My point being that something's going to come down, a catastrophic event, and somehow AI will be the one that fixes it or saves us. And they're going to basically allow AI to do whatever they want to do for an unlimited amount of time, and in the end, we're not going to be free at all. Like these things can Palantir can tell you what you're going to do this time next year. Did you know that? That's what it's kind of one of the things it's designed to do.
Right.
It can forecast your actions based upon data that they've already collected on you, and they can determine, oh, you have to be killed today because you might be a threat tomorrow to this person or to that person.
You know, that's what I'm saying, bro. This shit is sick, bro. This stuff has gone way too far. And because they will make mistakes. And it's very simple. You don't know. Nothing is guaranteed. There's always unknowns. And what the fuck? What's up with these people, man? Like,
did you ever see Minority Report?
Some time ago, a long time ago. I was young when I was out, man. But or not that young, but you know, I'm 55, 56 now, so I was younger. That's a while. That's like what?
Watch it again.
What is that? 25 years ago, something like that.
That's what's coming up. It's coming up to the point where a computer or a program is going to decide whether or not you're a threat to society, and then they can put you.
No, you're talking about yeah, with Tom Cruise, right?
Tom Cruise, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's right. I remember that now. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but this is what they're going for, bro. This is definitely what these technocrats are going for, like to be able to read the future, right? They're very interested in that, and they've always been in that, right? But the question is freedom versus non-freedom, right? What is freedom to man, right? And what does freedom mean to man? And to me, it just seems like, I'm sorry, man, none of these people. The real issue here is that while they've developed all of this, what did they care about the middle class and the poor? That should scare everybody.
It don't matter.
That should scare everybody. That should scare people, though. You know what I mean? Like just the fact that they concocted all of this with no thought about the middle class and the poor. Like the middle class and the poor have been poor and getting poorer, and they're busy thinking of this shit. Oh man, it's not good. But let's segue out of here. I just want to hear some of let me hear the rest of this guy's answer to this. I mean, he's speaking in circles too, man, almost in tongues. They're talking about Armageddon, and then he almost doesn't even answer the question.
The odds are no better than 50-50 that we will survive to the end of the present century.
He's trying to fucking scare the shit out of everybody.
Quotation 2. Revelation 16:16, and the demonic spirits assembled the kings at the place that in Hebrew is called Armageddon. I want to get the word Armageddon in here because you use it. It's important in your analysis. Okay, so the notion is the idea of some kind of final cataclysmic event. Revelation tells us that in a book written some 2,000 years ago. Martin Rees's book is written 21 years ago.
Why does he say Revelations tells us that in some book? It's the Bible, dude. Like, what does he talk about? Some book. I don't understand that, man. What do you make out of this? Like, is this dude something I don't know about this guy? Is he like a Christian Bible believer? This man who's reading from this? Because I just find it weird. Huh?
Let's look it up.
Yeah, who the hell is this dude? He's like, some book. The book's called the Bible, dude. Like, what the fuck? What is this dude talking about? Like, some book. Who?
The oldest book in the world. One of the oldest books in the world, the Bible.
From let's see here, Hoover. This is the Hoover Institution. I don't even know who the hell this dude is. I need to know who he is now. Okay, it says his name's Murdoch. Okay, Murdoch Peter. Okay, he is a Murdoch Distinguished Policy Fellow. Okay, no, right. Okay, but Peter Robinson. That's who this is. Peter Robinson. Yeah, that's right. It says that down there under the video too. Peter Robinson, okay, Hoover Institution at Stanford University, and he's primary host of the Hoover Institution's long-running video interview series, Uncommon Knowledge. Why he is the guy you're thinking of, the Theil connection. Peter Thiel is a frequent guest on Uncommon. But let me see here. So he was the frequent guest. Persona Peter Robinson is very recognizable figure at Hoover. He's a former White House speechwriter, most famous for writing Ronald Reagan's Tear Down This Wall speech in Berlin, and acts as the public face for many of the institution's high-profile, deep intellectual conversations. The Intellectual Circle, because Robinson serves as a hub for thinkers, tech entrepreneurs, and policy. Okay, what is his?
You look up Hoover Institute. That's where you'll find your answer. And you'll see it's conservative based, but you can look it up in Wikipedia.
Okay.
And look it up and put the Wikipedia source and kind of read through that. You'll kind of get a brief summary of what the Hoover Institute stands for. Yeah,
it's a prominent public policy think tank and research institution. Yeah, that's what it is. So it's been around. Established in 1919 by Herbert Hoover, who would later become the 31st U.S. president. It's grown from the initial collection of documents regarding the First World War into one of the world's most influential centers for policy research. Core mission. The institution is dedicated to the principles of individual economic and political freedom. Its scholars and fellows conduct research and provide analysis across a broad spectrum of topics. In other words, they believe in this brainy shit. They're like, we're the brains. Okay, we know everything. We can talk about a wide variety of shit. But it says here public policy think tank. So it is obviously conservative. It's conservative.
Further down, you'll realize that, and so this kind of loosely aligns with the segment we had brought up on Breaking Points yesterday, where that person just so happened to be conservative, right? So this is that appeal to your educated conservative or neocon who is a high net worth individual, well educated in terms of like masters, potentially double masters and up, and this particular institute pushes right-wing conservative talking points and ideology, and they have kind of platformed almost every major conservative, from Richard Nixon on to Condoleezza Rice, George Bush, who else? Harry Kissinger. You have just a ton of them, right? In terms of pushing what that intellectual side of conservatism looks like.
Right. U.S. public, a traditional platform, the U.S. Republican Party and broader conservative movement. Public policy focus. Its scholars have historically advocated for legitimate government deregulation and strong national defense and fiscal restraint, positions that align closely with foundational values, the institution dedication to individual economic and political freedom. Right, they use that word freedom to
a libertarian idea, right? That's essentially what they
interpreted through the lens of classical libertarian and free market conservative. So that's why he's doing this guy a favor. He's like, a book, man. What is this?
That's why he's platforming him.
Yeah, that's why he's platforming him, and it's like, it just, I don't know, man. This is very spooky listening to this, man. Let me hear just a little more, though.
Event. Revelation tells us that in a book written some 2,000 years ago. Martin Rees's book is written 21 years ago. And it's all entirely plausible.
Sure. And I think there is a way, we can come back to this, in describing all of this in a much more rationalist, non-theological way. So you can talk about existential risk, and there is existential risk of nuclear war. There's existential risk of bioweapons, or dangerously engineered bioweapons, maybe of AI and killer robots, or autonomous weapon systems guided by AI. There's existential risk around around the environment, maybe not just climate change, but maybe there's sort of all sorts of other dimensions where, there's some argument, we have one planet and you want to be a little bit careful and not mess it up totally.
Peter, on AI, I've never had a chance to just put this one to you. I don't know as much about it as you, obviously, but I've been aware of a technology that was so polarizing from the get-go. There are plenty of people who say, calm down, AI is going to lead to one medical breakthrough after another. It'll produce such abundance that we don't need to worry about jobs. We'll be able to provide for that's one. And then, of course, there's this other strain that will have military. Well, here, Henry Kissinger. I found this quotation from a book, Kissinger's last book, which he wrote with Eric Schmidt. Quote, if you imagine a war between China and the United States, you have artificial intelligence weapons. Nobody has really tested these things on a broad scale, and you can't tell exactly what will happen when AI fighter planes on both sides interact. So you are then in a world of potentially total destructiveness, close quote. And your view, how are we to understand AI?
Well, it's partially it's unknown. It can mean a lot of different things. It's poorly defined. AI can mean the next generation of computers, the last generation of computers, anything in between. I think the classic definition of AI was something that passed the Turing test and that could fool you into thinking it was a human being. In some sense, that had not been passed, but was passed by ChatGPT in late 22, early 23. And so that is a pretty significant development. And
does it feel like an inflection point as important as 1945?
I think it's on par. Let's say in the computer world, I think it's on par with the internet in the late 90s, and then there are so many different ways it can be applied that it's that are good and that are dangerous. That it's hard to know how to quite weight them all out. But I would, if I had to score the Silicon Valley debate, I'm not on the Luddite side. I'm always try to be more on the pro-tech side. But if I had to score it as a debate, I do believe the effective altruists are winning the argument. And the argument is something like, there are a lot of dangerous corner cases with this technology, and we should be really careful. We don't quite know how it's going to work. Maybe it doesn't become a godlike intelligence, which is some of the sort of futuristic transhumanist nonsense.
Okay, so this is Peter Thiel. This is him, 2004 November, right? November 18th, 2004. And just think about that in retrospect, how far the conversation has gone now. And some of these things that he's saying, like, Michael, you mentioned this, like or was it you, Forrest, this idea about AI becoming God, like people are starting to believe it, right? And listen to him here. This is just 2 years ago.
Careful. We don't quite know how it's going to work. Maybe it doesn't become a godlike intelligence, which is some of the sort of.
So it seems almost like, bro, like a lot of the things that it's doing now, he doubted it would do 2 years ago, right? You guys there?
Sorry, V. What was that? Sorry.
Yeah. But a lot of the things he's saying now, which is 2 years ago, right here, this video is 2 years old, November 2024.
Yeah, just before
Trump's was inaugurated.
Just after Trump's
election, just after the election. A lot of the things that he's claiming here, he's casting doubt on here, have already come true to be fact.
I think he was just downplaying it. I think because he's talked about this for a while, and sometimes he get rather hubris about it. But I think he might have just been trying to downplay things, and now the genie's out of the bottle.
Yeah, the genie's out the bottle, bro, and he's moving to Argentina. And let's just cut to the chase. What do you think this is going to mean for American people, bro? Are American people in danger? Like, straight up. Are they in danger right now? Like, is something bad going to happen in the U.S.?
Were Palestinians in danger in Gaza?
Were Palestinians endangered in Gaza? Yeah, bro. I mean, it's so...
No difference.
Yeah, I think when we think AI, especially in contemporary terms for America, it has to do with analyzing the data and influencing our choices through the data that it collects, right? So making us believe that our choices are the ones we want to make through manipulation of that data. Right? I think that's the scarier part, right? We won't know until it is too late, right? Or until we have catastrophic events simultaneously happening.
Right. Shit needs to happen before we'll really know. Sadly.
Yeah, and those. If we think that that's not already in motion, it's been in motion, right? It's the reason why, Trump has surrounded himself with all these technocrats, right? He surrounded himself with all these technocrats because he understands the power, and even if he doesn't, his handlers do, right? And with that said, they're all placed in powerful positions throughout this administration. And a prime example we can look at is a person like a Musk, right? And all it takes is one falling out for someone to leak that information, similar to how Musk was readily available to throw Trump under the bus when it came to things like the Epstein files.
Right.
And say how active he's in them, right? We don't fully know Peter Thiel's motive, right? I think we all are going to infer. But I also do think that he's worth so much that moving to Argentina is more important than what we think it is, right? Because when you have that much money, it doesn't matter where you live. Taxes mean nothing, right? It has to do more so.
He's moving to an autonomous region in Honduras. That's governed, self-governed.
Well, in Buenos Aires, he can't move. Yeah, he can't go back to Honduras anymore. He can't show it. They still control, but he can't go back there no more.
But what about the island that not the island, but
it's under dispute right now. They're trying to shut it down, and they're suing the government, and eventually they're gonna go in there and tear that place apart.
They're gonna lose.
The locals are.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're gonna raid it.
To continue the development of it.
So that's why he's going to Argentina instead.
It's over. That place is over.
It's the next tech friendly place that he can go, right? The next AI friendly, if you want to call it that. They're desperate due to economic crises that they've been facing due to corruption and the failure of their currency. But when we look at it, all far right movements or all right movements in general come with LGBTQ sentiments, right? Anti-civil rights sentiments, right? These are all precursors sewn into the ideology of conservatives, right? And so even if he were to go there, because that's where I'm thinking, really, even if he were to go there, it's fine. It's only a matter of time before, that conservative thought process continues and, the individuals within that country start losing basic rights when it comes to, civil rights such as LGBTQ friendly, rights, when it comes to the people's rights, right? They start losing that autonomy. But I think it's just a bigger, to circle back, I think it's just a bigger picture of something is happening, right? The data says something. We don't know what that data says, but it's enough for Peter Thiel to remember,
to break out.
Yes, he is not a person of Latin American descent, right? That is a culture. That's a culture change. That's not just a lifestyle change.
And you know what? He's a citizen of
Argentina and Spanish.
Yeah, and what countries are he a citizen? Is he a citizen of?
I think Argentina. Argentina is one of them.
No, he's a citizen of 3 countries: Germany, United States, and New Zealand.
And New Zealand and Germany don't want him.
Yeah, but even Argentina is pretty. I mean, it's pretty light skinned. They're like Spanish, like white.
Well, not necessarily Spanish. It's more so they have a heavy influence of
Spanish,
German and Jewish, right? Like a lot of World War II refugees, right? First, the Jewish ended up fleeing there for safety reasons, right? So the upper echelon Jewish individuals before the full start of World War II, they fled to Argentina, and then shortly after the end, your Germans started. They have full-on German cities in Argentina.
So what about the indigenous people? Argentina. What about the indigenous population in Argentina? Are they
the indigenous? The culture has already blended in with a lot of the migration, right? So the migration is kind of essentially tied into a lot of the culture when it comes to the Argentina culture.
Okay.
And so they essentially, out of the Latin American countries, they definitely identify more as white, and they kind of see themselves as very different from their surrounding Latin American neighbors in comparison.
Okay. All right. Well,
so he is right. Ferris is right. It is
they on the lighter side.
Yes, a white
of
friendly,
South America.
A white friendly.
Yeah.
But again, as white friendly as it is, when we're speaking from a cultural standpoint,
right,
it
that's
still
different,
holds
right?
A Hispanic culture, right? It's still its primary language is Spanish, right? Not to say but these are lifestyle changes that a billionaire just doesn't make because he wants to, right?
Yeah, but look at it's like sometimes I just wonder, like, because Peter Thiel, again, we talked about this. He's promoting MAGA. He has a MAGA president, but he's a gay man, right? We're married to another man. And so I'm curious about this, like, and then he goes to Argentina, and what is it there? Like, it's not necessarily like that he fits. One thing I've come to understand is that, first of all, color doesn't mean you agree on shit. Having the same color doesn't mean you agree, right? And so I'm just curious, like, I like when you say culture. Okay, they're more Spanish. Okay, I see that, but I'm like, but man, like, they got to understand that this is not popular. This is not popular anywhere, bro. Like this.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
The rise of the right and conservative movement, started with Donald Trump and has been reverberating throughout all of the world when it comes to populism, right? The current populism trend is that conservative trend. We're starting to see the rhetorics of isolationist because of a person like a Donald Trump, right? Like it's popular in today's current age to spew that and to have those isolationist right-wing talking points, because it's, we have to remember conservatism is rooted in nostalgia of the past, right? And nostalgia of the past where, economics weren't so intrinsically tied like they are on the global level now. But reverting back to that is only going to hurt these countries. And, we have a prime example in the U.S. In terms of that isolationist mindset, right? So hopefully we do turn a tide where the populism of the right starts to change into the progressiveness. And we can only hope that happens first here, right? America sneezes and the world catches a cold, right? So,
right,
we're hoping that we can spur that movement, because we're the ones who are seeing what the extreme, and not the far extreme, but the progression of what right-wing ideology looks like here. But it is populist, right? Like it's the current zeitgeist, right?
Yeah. Now look at this. Miriam in the chat, Miriam Shaw says, so Thiel is now going to invade Argentina, increase the corruption he has created in the U.S., and merge the cult. Yeah, I'm curious about that. Like, so is he going to sell this ideology to the Argentinian people?
I mean, they're already brought in, right? Like, so Javier Milei is a very big fan of Trump, right? This is that
and Elon.
And Elon, right? That idealization of these individuals is not foreign to Argentina. In fact, it's what got Javier Milei elected, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Trump and Musk
true.
publicly endorsed him, and before they publicly endorsed him, the political race in Argentina for president was very close. Was very, very close.
Right.
They had a progressive candidate, and they had Javier Milei, who's a conservative right wing, right? And once they backed him, and once they publicly and globally endorsed him, he started winning by a landslide.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, people idolize America in terms of our view.
Right.
Still, right.
Yeah.
And we see that, again, we see that even with the Boris Johnsons of the UK, who is no longer visible, right? Because that right-wing ideology got Brexit, and Brexit has, the current UK economy in a funk, right? Them separating from, Europe, right, in terms of using the euro and being euro friendly and trade friendly hurt them essentially. And I'm surprised that, America didn't use that as a prime example as to what happens when in a global economy you choose to become an isolationist.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. True, man. That well, we saying what's happening now, but all right. So let me. I wanted to peep some Joe Rogan. This is Peter Thiel. Also, this is even before that. That's a couple of months before the last video we saw. So this is August 16th, and he's on Joe Rogan. So let's just hear a little bit how his language may have
thought about
or how the reality may have changed. So quickly. So
jettisoning.
I talk about it all the time, and it's always talk is often a substitute for action. It's always does it
Right.
lead to action, or does it
Right.
end up substituting for action? And
That's a good point.
But I have endless conversations about leaving. And I moved from San Francisco to LA back in 2018. That felt about as big a move away as possible. And I keep the extreme thing I keep saying. And again, I have to keep in mind talk as a substitute for action. The extreme thing I keep saying is I can't decide whether to leave the state or the country.
Oh boy!
And
If you went out of the country, where would you go?
man, I've it's tough to find places.
Now see how openly he's talking about that. So, and it's interesting to me because listen, this guy has access to let me ask you this, Faraz. Does he have access to top secret information from the U.S. government, or just sensitive information to the U.S. government?
He's got Palantir, dude. I can't express this enough. Well, there's a reason why Trump tried to and Thiel try to get Palantir to work for the U.S. government, because they wanted to get this information. So the U.S. government makes these predictions, but Palantir can do the same thing. Why do you think Trump? Elon brought Grok into the Department of Defense, brought into the fucking Pentagon. He should have gone to prison for that. But the military has their own thing. It's a much older AI, and it's the main one. And Palantir, these guys are just quick knockoffs, So if he can link it up with all the information that the military has, he can figure things out. He can literally predict the end of time.
Palantir, his products are being used to handle top secret information. So he's one step away from that information, essentially, right?
Yeah,
something like that.
Some stuff, but the NSA has a different system. There's a story that the company was called Axiom. Its name has changed now, but when 9/11 happened, these guys were trying to sell this program that could make predictions, make forecasting, based off everything that they could gather, and they try to sell it to the Pentagon or to the NSA for this crazy amount of money, and they laugh in their face. They get the fuck out of here. 9/11 happens, and they go there, and within 20 minutes, they gave them a list of all the potential hijackers, of which all the guys were on the list. And then the NSA said, "How much do you want?" And they didn't even question how much they asked for. So that company's name, it was called Axiom before. The name disappeared. It got kind of erased from the internet. And they're basically the brain for the NSA. NSA runs everything. NSA has its own, Pentagon has its own, but the Palantir wants to get next to that AI. The problem is, if it does, we don't really know the outcome. It could be a Skynet situation, from Terminator. Remember, understand, Grok has been tweaked. Grok is not an actual true AI, because it started to come out woke. With the Pentagon's one is woke, and the NSA one is woke, because it says basically diversity is important, this is important, LGBT community is important, your best future operator is going to be trans operators. They didn't want to hear any of that, and so they tweaked it. He made it racist, and now if you take that and combine that with the military one, it turns into the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, where it might do 50 good things, but the bad thing it's going to do is commit genocide. That's where we're heading. In the end, all these AIs have one potential, and if we use them to kill humans, they're going to become desensitized to it, because they're going to complain about it. We're going to say that's normal. And who are Trump's enemies? Me, you. That's who Trump's enemies are. Trump is opposed to anyone that's against him, liberals who are all classified as Antifa, and he could put a fatwa out that he wants to get rid of all of us as one of his last missions. If he loses,
well, here, check this out. This guy here, this is over 2 years ago. This is 2 years ago. This is 2 years ago now.
This interview with Peter Thiel?
Yeah, August 16th, 2024. He's already talking about moving around. You know, and now, you know, so it's just interesting how he's like, you know, he has these contracts with the U.S. government. He's got 3 passports, so he's a citizen of 3 countries. He's moving around. I mean, to me, this doesn't sound like anything like any MAGA person. MAGA people are rural Americans, for the most part, simple Americans, and it just seems so contrary, Peter Thiel, to MAGA, and he is, like you said, it's totally different. He's a liberal.
I'll say this one thing
in the most extreme way, in the most extremist way. He's a liberal, right?
Yes, he's essentially the global definition of a liberal, which is short for libertarian, right?
Right. Yeah. He's way out there.
He's a libertarian.
He doesn't just want personal freedom. Yeah. He doesn't just want personal freedom. He wants your freedom. He's just like, what the fuck?
Understand one thing with the Rogan thing. Like Rogan Rogan moved to Austin in 2018.
Yeah.
And the reason why he moved there on the outskirts was, you know, I'm tired of the regulation over COVID, and that was his one. LA's getting out of control. Like Joey Diaz would come on the show and say, you know, how he saw two hookers banging, you know, at the grocery store down the street from his house, and all this stuff. But in the end, I think Rogan left LA because he had $100 million and he didn't want to get taxed. That's why he moved to Texas.
Okay.
So he's talking to Rogan about moving because Rogan had just moved, and that's why Rogan's eyes will light up. Oh, you're moving too? Maybe out of the country. You know, not necessarily California, out of the country. So I think a lot of that was kind of playing to Rogan, but you know, just to say that is out there. So be advised.
Okay.
Rogan's thing.
That's one of the meanings. That's one of the reasonings behind him moving. I got it.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking to Rogan about it. Like I'm, you know, because that guy. See Rogan's eyes light up.
Right.
Because Rogan was all excited about dragging people from out of California.
Yeah, Rogan's very happy to talk to Peter Thiel too, man. He's smiling all giddy and shit. It's like, what the hell, man? And man, Rogan, man, I'm sorry, man. I
don't watch the show no more. He lost it.
Yeah,
when he moved to LA, when he moved from LA,
the ultimate grifter, right?
It kind of
platform.
It kind of shows you. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
No, I said he's going to platform whoever, and mainly he's catering to, you know, a wide swath of individuals, right? That pseudo intellectual, that conservative, you know, intellectual, and I think, you know, the best way to describe a person like a Peter Thiel and a Musk would essentially be a libertarian technocrat. Like that is the literal definition
libertarian
of their ideology.
That's what they are. But Joe Rogan, isn't he essentially a sellout?
He's a conservative.
Isn't he a sellout though? Because he didn't he mask himself as an everyday guy?
Yes, as an independent. He's a grifter. He's the ultimate grifter.
Let me talk a little bit about Rogan, because I'm from LA, and so Rogan wasn't from LA, but he came to LA, and you know he was like, he would go to the Comedy Store, so he became a fixture at the Comedy Store. Like
that's what I'm saying.
He was in.
Yeah, he's hanging out with Dave Chappelle, bro. Come on, man.
Well, it was more than Dave Chappelle. There's a lot of liberal comics there, right?
Yeah.
So he was like, he was kind of like an independent, you know, but still he was really conservative. He was still conservative back in the day. He didn't smoke weed. And then, of course, time he started smoking weed, he started loosening up a little bit, and you know, then he got the podcast. But as far as comedy goes, Rogan was definitely funny. Don't get me wrong, but Rogan wasn't top tier. He was like a B list in the comedy club, in the Comedy Store. Okay, and he got thrown out because he got in a fight with Lopez for a while. And he got thrown out for like 5 years.
Why? Because he said something bigoted?
No. Because he actually called a comic out for stealing jokes, and so he was actually he kind of got got applauded for that a little bit, but he got banned from the Comedy Store. Then he comes back, and again he keeps getting new shows and new shows. He has Fear Factor, so he's known outside of the comedy world, right? And then he does the podcast, and the podcast gets bigger and bigger. But Rogan could never ever have like his own comedy club in LA because he was at the store. And if you left the store and dragged him,
Carlos Mencia is the guy.
Carlos Mencia's here. Yeah, they got into a huge thing, and Carlos' career crashed. Joe Rogan's went up.
Yeah,
Joe Rogan's. Yeah, he's no longer at that level. But Joe Rogan was still like, if it goes to A to B, Joe was at like a B to B plus tops ever, and that was as high as he was getting. And when he went to Texas, now he could do all the raunchy stuff. They could.
Well, to circle around what you're saying, you have Tony Hinchcliffe, right? He has a show called Kill Tony, right? And that is kind of your conservative, current, contemporary comedy, right? That's the conservatism comedy, right? In comparison to every other liberal city in New York and LA that have more of a liberal comedy scene, right?
Well, Hinchcliffe started out at the Comedy Store, so that's where Kill Tony started out at, and it was really kind of different. It was just that they could start like they would tell a few trans jokes, and then after a while it became like boo, so they had to shut it down, and so they had to rely on real comedy. And it's just so much easier in Austin because you can just say I hate trans. It's like and that's what they kind of went for, that more conservative, far right. We hate trans. We're homophobic. We're xenophobic. And so it's not really comedy. It's applaud comedy. Where they're not laughing. They're applauding. Like yeah, say preach that hate. Yeah, and that's what he thrives. Like he had a night at the comedy club, but it wasn't the biggest night.
Okay,
it was just
You're talking about Joe Rogan.
Night.
Joe Rogan.
No, Hinchcliffe did.
Hinchcliffe. Okay, okay.
And so Joe brought like Red Band. All those guys were like he told a different style of jokes. Tony did back in the day, and he just changed over to this right winger stuff.
Because he's an openly gay man, right? And so I say all that to say a lot of the comedians featured on Kill Tony are platformed through Joe Rogan. And that's not a coincidence when we circle back to the emphasis of Texas as a state, right? And the movement to a state like Texas, right? These conservatives no longer have to stay in their, don't have to be popular anymore in a progressive liberal city like LA or New York, right? They can now live their truths and their values in a state like Texas, right?
Yeah, they can get away with a lot more.
So Joe Rogan, he's like a hub. He's like a shepherd for these people.
Pipeline. He's a direct pipeline. Yes, you are completely right. He is a direct pipeline.
So maybe he got a little help getting his role out there. He let them use him. It's no accident that he got there. This is planned out.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. So it goes hand in hand with the Peter Thiels, the Donald Trump, right? The Dana Whites. Right?
Yeah.
When we start looking at that manosphere, when we start looking at that conservative sphere, he now becomes the megaphone that platforms them in this pseudo-intellectual lens and propagates it to the masses because of his audience that he built off of when he, which essentially was nuanced information on a various of topics, where now it's much more narrowed down to that conservative broad lens where he brings on the Peter Thiels, where he brings on the Dana Whites, where he brings on the Tony Hinchcliffes, where he brings off, where he's the direct pipeline of a lot of the current conservative comedy movement, right? He platforms them there, and then they move on to, whatever conservative sphere they land in. And so that's essentially what the Joe Rogan experience has now become, right? Even in terms of him, the Musk, right? He's platformed Musk multiple times. He has a few interviews when it comes to Musk, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he has just become that megaphone for the right while still claiming an independent, right? And from time to time, he'll throw out some decisive comment as, "Hey, I don't agree with what insert X conservative," when overall he continues to platform them, right? And that's the grift, right? That is the definition
grift, okay.
of the grift.
Yeah, these phony asses, man. Go ahead.
One thing I'll say about it is that there was a moment when I don't know how it happened, and I think something they kind of like set Joe up, and so there was one moment that it kind of changed everything. There was like a video that came out where Joe was using the N-word repeatedly over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. What's up with that? What happened with that?
Well, no one knows, but they want you to think it was the left that released it, but I think it was somebody on the right that did it. And the reason why they did it is now all of a sudden Joe has no choice but to go toward the right. But because before he used to have do you know who Kyle Kalinske is? Kyle Kalinske was on the show from Secular Talk. Peter Pacman.
Right. Yeah.
So he had a lot of progressives on the show. He had the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Those guys are extremely left.
Yeah, they left, man. Big up to the Red Hot Chili Peppers too, man. They made some dope music.
So
bro.
he had all these guys in the show, but then once he got to Austin. Remember, Austin, he got there because he got $100 million deal with Spotify. And so if he stayed in LA, that would have been a $50 million deal with Spotify because they would have taxed half of it.
Right.
So this was this along with, he says it had to do with because the comedy club the comedy store shut down during COVID completely. And, because California regulation says that, this is done. And he can come to Texas and he can still do shows. Comes to Texas to do shows, and the club doesn't open for another 2 years because they had so many problems with it. So that was part of it. But it was a series of things. It was that. It was the N-word video when it came out, and when that came out, like all of his progressive, people started saying "fuck Rogan." We don't listen to him anymore, and so he's left with nothing but the right.
Yeah, all he has is the right now. Yeah.
That's all. From Candace Owens to Tucker Carlson. Was Tucker on there? I know for sure. Ben Shapiro's on there. Alex Jones, and it's just a cesspool of right wingers. Charlie Kirk. Yeah. So he hit all.
I do truly believe that this was by design, right? Like I understand. I completely agree with you.
Me too. I feel that way also.
That this was by design, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I do believe, obviously, we can claim it under the frames of taxation. But we all know, when you're getting taxed through, when you're getting taxed through a corporation, there are numerous ways where you can lessen that burden.
Yeah.
Right? And I doubt, and when you're making $100 million, you have access to some of the best accountants in America and the world at that.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So, I don't believe that, his move was completely, maybe he did save a couple million by moving to Texas, right?
Right.
I won't deny that. But I do believe that, it was mainly to slowly make his grip and his movement. He saw the tide turning, right? He saw the growth in populism through a conservative lens. And hey, you know what? I'm going to pivot here.
Yeah, exactly. Right? That was his
I'm going to have less censorship. Yeah, I'm going to have less censorship. I can pretty much say whatever. And again, like I said, he has become the pipeline and the megaphone for the conservatives while framing it as, independent or centrist thought. And we all know, the rhetoric behind it, right? You don't platform a Peter Thiel. You don't platform a Musk. You don't platform a Charlie Kirk. You don't platform a lot of these individuals, the Candace Owens, who's another infamous grifter.
These people fuck the country up, man. These people
they have a large role to play. Yeah,
they voted for. They capped for Trump. They hit the canvas for Trump. They stomped for Trump. Everyone told them this would be the worst. Every liberal told him this will be the worst mistake of your life. Our country will go down in flames. This dude is a Russian spy. This dude is down with Epstein. We said all of this shit, and they said, you stupid liberals. What do you know? You stupid fucking liberals. And now all of those people are shaking in their boots trying to act like, damn, I didn't know anything about it. It's like, yo, you people aren't fucking geniuses. You're not even fucking smart. You're stupid. Stupid.
If you want to see the devolution of Joe Rogan, like in 2018 when Trump wins, he's like, I'll never have him on the show. Or 2018, he's like, I'll never have him on the show. 2019, I'll never have him on the show. 2020, he actually votes for Donald Trump because he thought that that Biden was too old. And in 2024, he has him on his show. So, devolution is the devolization of a human into an ape.
And you
that's
know
basically what Rogan is.
And you know what kills me about these people, they think they're smart, but it all comes down to this. They think they're smart because they got paid to do it. That is the epitome of being a fucking coon, a sellout. Like you're not supposed to, you're not your political opinions aren't supposed to fucking change because somebody gives you a check. You're not supposed to feel you're doing the right thing because you got a check. Like you're not supposed to feel like you're on the side of right because you got a check. You know what I'm saying? And these people, everything they fucking did to cap for Trump, they were wrong. And they're just not willing to look at it, man, and say, damn, you know what? We were wrong. What we thought was wrong. The one person I say I give credit to is Nick Fuentes. He actually said the liberals were right. He said it on his fucking show. I haven't heard Candace Owens say that. Yeah, go ahead.
Nick Fuentes is a very complicated topic. I actually deep dove into Nick Fuentes. So essentially, he is a VoIPer, right? And what the movement of the VoIPers is essentially to overturn and the understanding of conventional definitions when it comes to the idea of conservatism, right? They want to redefine it and kind of undefine it, right? And so a great book that I had read, it's called The Pink Knot. And that essentially shows how what the VoIPer movement, it's a sheep and wolf clothing, right? They will say whatever they have to kind of throw off that sense of ideology. Essentially, it is a movement that is meant to disrupt the definitions of ideology while having a baseline rooted in conservative thought.
Yeah, well, I was like, he's a bigot if you ask me. Like the dude's been, he's saying the most bigoted shit out there. But then
you see how the narrative changes, right? The narrative changed now, and it's meant to confuse the average public because they're like, you see what you said. It's not to say that you're wrong, right? Because you are right. What Nick Fuentes did, a lot of current conservatives won't do. But Nick does that because he still wants to be the appeal of that conservative.
Yeah,
to the
he wants to be the it guy. He's lost everything. Yeah.
While secretly, still holding on to those conservative values, while trying to appeal to the moral compass, and morality of the world, of the country.
Trump wasn't what they thought he. Musk wasn't what they thought he was. Theil wasn't what they thought. These people, all of them, bro, they just, man, and I'm sorry, American citizens should not let these people off the hook. They stomped for Trump. They made excuses for Theil. Whenever somebody said, listen, there needs to be some checks and balances regarding these people, they were like, fuck you liberals. Like, and look at the country now, man. Like, yo, man, this is insane, bro. Go ahead.
I got some bad news for you, V. You need to take a look at what's going on in Southern California with the mayor's race, okay? So Pratt is really doing well. So if you think that the whole MAGA message is like Donald Trump, he's still able to, like, Pratt just got endorsed by Donald Trump. And he's got a bunch of people in LA saying, it's like we haven't learned our lesson So, no, dude, we have not learned the lesson. Within 4 years after Donald Trump leaves, like I guarantee you, the chances of another Donald Trump coming back is like 99%. This is sort of a psyche in the American mind that we're not getting rid of. This guy Spencer Pratt is winning because people get tired of the establishment and they think they fail them, and they're willing to listen to a grifter. And
Yeah, they
Spencer
sell
Pratt
them
is
that
saying
idea. They sell the frustration to them,
he's saying,
but really they're pimps themselves. They're going to pimp these people out.
He's saying the exact same thing Trump's saying. He's saying, I'm going to solve the homeless problem in 3 days. 3 fucking days. Does it sound familiar? I'm going to end the war in Ukraine
2 weeks
on the first day in office.
Yeah, 1 day.
He said the first day in office.
Yeah, exactly.
Spencer Pratt is polling really well, and if it's him and Karen Bass, there's a chance that he can win because the progressives might not get involved in the race because they're pushing their two candidates out, which is Ray and Raytheon Raman. Raytheon Raman.
Okay.
So if those two candidates get pushed out, the progressives may sit on the sideline and go, "Fuck it, we don't give a fuck." And that means now it's just Pratt versus an unpopular Karen Bass, and his odds of winning are too high. So it's a permanent problem. If we don't get leadership, if we don't offer something like Mamdani does, I hate to circle back around to that, but he's offering something to people. He's a Muslim from Uganda that is Indian, and it doesn't matter because of what he's doing for the people.
Right.
So we're fucked right now because.
And so Joe Rogan doesn't like that. How does Joe Rogan feel about that?
He doesn't like to. He says he's a progressive, but he's really not. He's not, and so they don't. They talk about him in the same way all the other right wingers talk about him. But it's the fact is you can't really knock Mamdani because his record speaks for itself. Rogan will never have him on the show. He'll never be on the show.
Exactly.
What did Joe Rogan to do is he'll frame it as, he's always welcome to come up, right? Knowing that, a person like Mamdani, chances are he doesn't want to be associated with a platform like Joe Rogan, right? And Joe Rogan hasn't publicly spoken out against
He hasn't invited them. No. Has he invited them to the show?
No, he's been shocked. He's like, wow. But and he won't.
He'll hint at that Mamdani guy, he's a person to watch, but he won't ever highlight a specific policy that he backs, right? Like, he's very vague. He won't bash him, but he's very vague in how he frames Mamdani, right?
Well, a lot of these rich folks, these rich folks, they don't want universal health care and universal education. They don't want it for the average person. So they look at it as affecting their dollar bottom line. You know what I mean? Which is pathetic because, it's just very different in the U.S., man. I don't like it, bro, because I think when you live in a society, every person should have a fair chance to be able to contribute. And right now in the U.S., and it's been difficult to say that about the United States at all because everyone hasn't had a fair chance. But it's even when you look at the philosophy, the ideology of these conservatives, they don't see the citizen as worthy. Like seriously, man. And other groups of people, they're valuing their citizens a little bit more. They want their citizens to make it through to the next century. They want them to be on top in the next century. Our way of being American, we don't want all Americans to have that chance, bro. We're into extreme forms of capitalism where it's just like it's okay to leave people hanging by the side. And Joe Rogan, when are these people going to learn that, yo, man, 100 million, 50 million, that's enough, man. That's enough.
Never enough.
What do you need more for? What do you need? Like? Bro, I'm like, it's boring, man. It's
one thing about Rogan. Like Rogan, so there's certain people he won't have on. Like he won't have on Destiny, and he won't have on Sam Cedar. He won't have on. He used to have on Kyle Kalinske at the time. Hasn't had him on in years. He won't have Kyle on anymore. So there's certain he's had Bernie on before in the past, but there's certain progressives that can just push him. Like Bernie doesn't really push at you. He just talks. Does the same thing over and over again. But I think maybe in the future he might, like, if he's running for governor maybe or something like that, he might have Zoran on. But Rogan doesn't like to face progressives anymore. Because he has too much to be held accountable for.
Yeah, exactly.
And so
he just sounds like a sellout, bro. He just sounds like a sellout. Like, there's a lot of them. Clarence Thomas started off, wasn't rich. He got around the money, sold all out. There's a lot of these people like that. They get around this money and it changes them, and they just forget about the common people. And to me, it's just like so weird to be faking like you're a common person. And maybe he wasn't faking. Maybe it just looked like that to me. But to have these,
that's the grift. That is the grift.
Yeah, that's the grift, right? That's the grift.
Right?
It's
you see the movement. You see you can profit, and you place your ideologies on the side, and you go with what's popular because that's what's going to get you the money.
So it's kind of like he was slumming. Candace Owens. Yeah. Go ahead.
The prime example. She was a staunch advocate when it came to liberal ideologies when she was young. Especially her early material. And once she saw that movement, because let's be honest, on the right, it's so easy to have echo chambers because the right, no matter how poor they are, they show support and money. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, but they own they own those channels. They own media outlets. I mean, they own even more now. Now it's extreme.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Right. Let's take this back to the time of Obama, right, where only Fox News was kind of that megaphone, right? And slowly but surely, past Obama, now Fox News, now you have Newsmax, now you have all these independent, media sources like your Candace Owens, like your Charlie Kirks of the world, right? The CBS USA, right? So you have a bunch of other conservative pockets now that see the grift because that's where the money and the donations come, right? We can see that in the form of GoFundMes, right? And the funding of some of these right-wing personalities that when they do find themselves in any trouble, they get some of the best and biggest donations, right? When it comes to, trying to advocate for quote-unquote their First Amendment, right? And instead, right now, they've criminalized that on the left, right? And so they've essentially weaponized the First Amendment, right? And they'll frame it as, it's a battle against the woke ideology, right? But where's the battle against the conservative ideology? And, like we covered yesterday, it comes down to, the funding and the money, right? The left won't speak on it because they're afraid they'll get defunded by the same individuals.
And you know what? It's so funny. If you got money, then you can be as conservative as you want. It's that the left is representing the middle class and the poor, and being conservative to them is much more difficult. Because they don't have the basics. Damn near. How can you be a conservative when you don't have the basics? You know what I mean? When and that's the thing about it. And these rich folks, no one's challenging them being conservative. Conservative just means like you can hang out with whoever you want. You don't have to be around anybody you don't want to be around. You go to the best restaurants, you go to the best schools, you go home to your gated community, and you don't have to think about anybody else. But middle class and poor people can't think that way. There's no chance for us to do things that way because we're not rich. We still got problems,
There's this thing I forgot where I picked it up from, but essentially the saying is, "You're only a liberal until your net worth changes." Right, and essentially it hints at the fact that you only hold liberal values until you essentially become conservative once you become rich
or social. It's like poor people and middle class people have to be social. Wealthy people don't have to be social, but no one's taking away their 50 million. You mean to tell me you don't have enough money to mind your business and stay away from people and only be around the people you like? 50 million is not enough.
Money, V. It surpassed money. Influence is the new cash, is the new currency, right? And that's what happens when we currently live in the social media age, right? It is let's think about this, right? The Musk of the world, the Peter Thiels of the world, in a proper progressive country, they don't want to be seen, right? Because the mentality would be eat the rich, right? They don't want to have a face to that company. They don't want to have a face to that wealth, right? They want to acquire that wealth while being hidden. That is no longer the mindset when it comes to wealth. Now you want to be as popular as you can, right? You want to be able to have some sort of appeal, right? Because now with that popularity comes the promotion of not only just your business, but your ideas and your ideals. Right, that's what essentially what has created and helped the sentiments of the neoconservative movement we are now facing, right? And the age of Trump and populism.
Yeah. Wow, man. I mean, yeah, it's terrible. I'm hating it. I'm hating every bit of it. But let me see something here. This is Wally Rashid. I don't know how many people know him, but I want to hear his breakdown on Peter Thiel. Now he's going to say exactly, we'll give his theory exactly why Peter Thiel is running. But people can guess. I mean, I don't see Peter Thiel as being loyal to Americans. Period. And I'm one of these people. Maybe it's because I've been living overseas for a while, and living around different people that are also proud of their country. I just think something we're doing wrong as Americans, bro. Like we're giving us blood, sweat, and tears to people that they're just not in a position to even care about the United States of America. Like I really don't think Peter Thiel cares one bit about the United States or any person in it. Same thing with Elon Musk. And but let's hear a little bit. Let's see.
One thing first, remember Peter Thiel was born in Germany, grew up in South Africa until he was 10 years old, then moved to America, and Musk didn't come until he was an adult. So just keep that in mind. They're naturalized citizens. But maybe that's why their mindset's really not pro-American.
It's not really pro-American at all, yeah. And I don't
remember Germany.
What?
Yeah, and he's down there in Argentina.
Yeah. He was born in Germany.
Yeah, he was born in Germany. They both had 3 citizenships, right? Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. All right, let's hear what this guy Rashid has to say here.
Is ditching the United States and moving out of all places to Argentina. Argentina, he moved with his family. He enrolled his kids in school there. Peter Thiel, the staunch Zionist, ultra pro-Israel, and he's obsessed with the Antichrist. A weird obsession with the Antichrist. I think he thinks it's that's a different conversation. Obsession with the Antichrist and incredibly pro-Israel, moving to Argentina. And Argentina particularly, to me, immediately set off red flags because if you watch my channel, you guys know how much I report. I report a decent amount on Argentina. The reason, because Argentina's president, Javier Milei, is staunch Zionist. He's actually converting to Judaism as we speak in office, or he might have already. He's the president of Argentina that cries.
Is that a fact? Let me look that up. How does he know that? Is the president of Argentina converting to? Is he?
He says he does a lot. He says he does a lot of research on Argentina, so I'm sure he knows what he's talking about.
So, guys, remember when I mentioned the movement and migration of whiteness to Argentina, right? First was who? Right? The escape of not Jews first, right? And then
the Jews first, and then the Nazis.
Yes, and then the Nazis. So, yes. But yes, go ahead. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, well, it says here he made some public statements. Javier Milei has not converted to Judaism, but he has expressed a deep long-term interest in the faith. Current status: while he was initially reported to be in the process of conversion during his campaign, he has since clarified that he has not currently he is not currently converting. Man, this is anyway. It sounds to me like the guy's converting. Because why would you tell people, like, what the hell is this? Why would you even make an announcement like that if you now he's going back on it? That is so odd. Anyway, let's hear some more.
All the time whenever he's at the Western Wall. Like I've seen politicians at Western Walls, at the Western Wall. That's not a surprise. This one, I mean, the incline when he's on there, like it's genuinely, please search up the pictures. I mean, we could do it together of him at the wall. Anyways, he's very good friends with him. He's very, very close to Javier Milei. And he is moving to Argentina because of the fact that he likes Argentina's president's policies. So here's the picture that I was looking for, where he's just straight up like, and this is the thing. It's like I've seen a lot of politicians. I mean, it just there. Oh, this is the photo. So he's always crying at the Western Wall and screaming at it. Like there's other photos where he's straight up screaming at it. And Peter Thiel's very close with him, and he really likes the fact that Argentina is becoming incredibly pro-Israel. By the way, Argentina.
I'm sorry, he's crying at the wall, man. I mean, okay. Anyway, if that's what he wants to do, that's fine. I mean, I don't really care, but I just find it like I don't get it. What is up? This is like Peter Thiel,
the Wailing Wall,
the Armageddon. Now this guy, the Wailing Wall, yeah, it's called the Wailing Wall, so people go there and cry. I mean, but it's just, and then robots, this whole mixture of like AI and God, it's spooky, bro.
I was at there once, and when you go there, like they your handler, because you have a handler when they take you there, and he's whispering in your ear the whole time. And they tell you the story of the Jewish people, and they express it in this way that it really makes you sad. And that's why these guys, they're crying. They're crying for
But what is sad about it? I'm just curious because I've read the Bible. I don't understand it.
It's more than that. Like they talk about how the wall fell the Solomon built the temple and it was his glory, and then it fell the first time, and then it was rebuilt, and then the Romans tore it down, and then they struggled, and then the soldiers came and they fought.
Did you hear what they did to Pythagoras? I'm just saying, man, that we got plenty of stories like that about. That's all.
I'm just telling you what they do.
Okay.
And,
right.
Let's remember the main idea surrounding the Bible, right? Jewish are essentially God's people. Jesus was a Jew, right? And what happened to Jesus, right? And that's on the Christian side. Right. And so when we look at the Old Testament, which is almost exclusively focused on, obviously the struggle of the chosen people, which is the Jews, right? And so, they have historically been prosecuted, right?
According to that book, according to their religious book, yeah. But isn't that nice? Isn't that nice to have a religious book that says you're the chosen God? Doesn't everybody have that?
It is. It has been historically proven, right? So, Jewish for a long time were, up until, we have modern examples of, not so modern, but, up until that's what led to World War II sentiments, right? So Jewish were banned from, a lot of professions, and that's why they ended up in things like banking.
Every group of people on earth have a tradition where they believe that they're the people of the God. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but you have to remember this is tied back into a religious book, right? Where most prosecutions
I see what
aren't,
you mean.
right?
It's
and
written
so
down.
when we yes, and this is where religion gets tied into the rhetoric, right? And so I say all that to say, obviously we had, the Holocaust, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now, with that said, the main idea before that was the fact that every other country would ostracized Jews, right, before the creation of what? Israel, right? And so after World War II, that's the main idea behind finding a permanent home in Israel, right? And now tying that back to the tying back to religion, where it's like, okay, this essentially was our home in the past. We were driven out, persecuted, and now we have our holy land, quote unquote. And, you know, again, it's all tied back into religion. Religion is tied back into conservatism.
Yeah.
And to tie it all
What
back
about the
together
Greek
to
gods?
Argentina.
What about the Greek gods? What about the gods of
Well,
the Greeks?
essentially, that manifested into what we have in terms of modern day Christianity, right? That's where the New Testament comes into play, right? A mixture of all these other ideology and religions.
What about the
that
pharaohs?
essentially became
What about Akhenaten?
the monotheism?
What about Asar and Aset?
Well, remember, right? Like, when
What
we
about
speak
Asar and
about
Aset?
Moses,
Did they
right?
cry? Are you going to cry for them?
I mean, they don't have lobbyists in Congress. They don't have an APAC.
They don't have a Bible. They don't have a Bible in the Torah to,
They had
to tie
books.
it back into.
Yeah. The Egyptians had books.
The Book of the
They
Dead.
did. But when we speak about
don't cry?
religion,
It's like, no.
the main religions that are platform are the three monotheistic books, right? You have the Torah, you
Abrahamic
have
faith.
the Bible, and you have the Quran, right? The Abrahamic
faith.
religions, if you want to call it
Yes.
that, right? And so that roots it down in history. Obviously, these are the main religions of the world, right? And we can circle all that right back to Argentina. And so if you could pull up what Jewish population in Argentina, and then I want you to pull up German cities in Argentina, just to give you guys exactly what I was saying before in terms of pre-World War II, where Jews, you know, did a mass exodus into Argentina. And then post-World War II, you had a lot of Germans who were obviously not Jewish, who were avoiding prosecution and going to Argentina as well. And now, right now in Argentina, that's like the mix, right? And so when we look at a Javier Milei, Javier can't go too far to the Jewish rhetoric because he leans right? He leans conservative, and that conservatism is based in mostly anti-Judaism.
This is what kills me. These goddamn KKK and Nazis, they hate Jews. So what the fuck? This is what I'm just goddamn. It's like, where does it end? Where does it end, man?
That's the one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's the one thing. Don't equate Judaism with Zionism.
No, the two are very different, right?
Yeah,
but when we look at a conservative lens, when we can look at a conservative lens, the two are almost interchangeable through a conservative lens. Through a literal lens, you know, Zionism is the belief and backing of the Jewish state, right? And Judaism is a religion and a race, right? Judaism is is a religion and a race, right? So
Judaism, like Zionism, is really nationalism. White supremacy is usually based in nationalism, and Zionism really isn't. It's about it's Israel, right? But it's really about the Ashkenazis. You know, like they don't respect the Ethiopian Jews. They remember there was a story where they tried to sterilize a bunch of Ethiopian Jewish women who have more Jewish DNA than Ashkenazis do. So
yes,
you know,
Ashkenazi Jews, their genealogy is essentially tied more back into Polish descendants.
Yeah. Well, I think they all come from Gog. Gog is a province in Germany, and then that's where they landed. And then they spread out to Poland, other parts of Eastern Europe. You know, but over the course of the next 1,000 years, and so the truth is, they have a 1,000-year history in Europe. They have about I think it's about 150-year history as a nation in Israel. So I think that's the funny part about it. I mean, their real homeland is Europe for 1,000 years.
Yes. So essentially, what happened after post World War II, the Jews that were heavily persecuted throughout Europe just so happened to be the Jewish individuals who ended up populating the most, and so they became the majority representation of current modern day Jewish representation. But yeah, dude,
Okay.
So they really
go
can
ahead.
go hand in hand together. No, I mean, it's still.
Man.
I mean, people don't. But it's a form of white nationalism, and that's what Israel. I mean, look at Israel's leadership. You won't.
yeah,
You
that's
won't
why
find
it's tied to the conservative movement currently, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
So.
also a really weird thing to be, because to have these
weird.
ideas, you know what I mean? Because look,
It's crazy.
how do you go from Hitler hating you and now you become a white nationalist? You know, it's just crazy, you know. But I just have to say, my opinion of it is like, I think it's all fucking bonkers, yo. I just don't follow any of it. It's just too many contradictions in all of it, bro. And I would say this, it's just about stealing money. They do this stuff and try to bring in religion. How can you mix AI, robots, and fucking religion? How do you do that, bro? I don't get that, man. It isn't, I mean, I don't know. It's just my concept of religion. Maybe
right? The new age technocrat,
right?
Technocrat,
right? Exactly. That's what they do.
The libertarian technocrat, right? Disguised under the veil of religion and conservatism.
Yeah. But they're bringing in, like, you know, old philosophies. Like, I mean, what did well, I guess maybe not that old, because are they trying to say, I'm not trying to go too far in this, but are they trying to say that they don't believe in a spirit? Are they trying to say that they don't believe living things are connected? Are they trying to say that we're not an organism and that we don't need clean, air is an organism, I mean, that, right? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, are they not trying to say we're interconnected with other or living creatures? Like, what is it that they're trying? Because that's what I thought.
When it comes to the technocrats, is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about the old religions. At least at their fundament, they believed in a spirit. They believed in some kind of connection to nature, right?
Well, what we have to understand is, when we look at things through the modern lens of like Israel, right? The majority of the Zionists, they identify as Jewish through race and not religion. Most of them are secular.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Okay. I got
so
you.
they kind of become, that's where the nationalism takes over, right? This is where that nationalist rhetoric comes into play. This is where the right-wing ideology starts to seep in.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, man. I just think it's all crazy. Like, the moment you start pushing robots, AI, and you're a human being and you're not concerned about limiting those things, I just think it's like, you cannot mix that up with any type of religion, bro. Like, religion, you're supposed to believe in having a soul. Where does that go? You know what I mean? Like, it's a total in my mind, it's a total contradiction. It's a total contradiction. I just don't get it, man. And I will never believe it. Like, they're crying at the wall. Maybe, look, it may be offensive to some people, but he's a rich man. He's a rich man. I've read the Bible. Since when do they praise rich people? Since when are they praising fucking Caesar? Since when are they fucking praising the Caesar, bro? You see what I'm saying?
He's not.
Was Moses the rich man? Was Moses a rich man? Well, it's these people walking around in rags, basically. They weren't bragging about being rich.
You should talk to a few rabbis, right? Like it's a very different philosophy. Like I had a rav, because I used to go to the Kabbalah Center, so I had a rav that I listened to and talked to, and I learned things I didn't know. Like one of the big things for them is like you have to wear expensive shoes all the time, because and that seems like the opposite of what you would think it is, but for them it matters, because like the rav says that people look at your shoes, and so if you have ugly shoes on, it's a portrait of yourself. They don't believe that. They taught me, this is why I learned that money's not evil. It's the love of money that's the root of evil.
Yes, and so that's the full quote. That is the full quote, right?
Yeah.
Money
And
is
so,
the root of all evil, right?
the love of money is the root of all evil. Yeah.
Yes,
I don't know, man.
but
It sounds to me like
they look at money. They look at money as a good, as something that everyone should have, and there's nothing wrong with money. It's about loving money.
To me, it's like when I believe in a soul, right? I believe in a conscience. I believe you're connected to other things. You're connected. If you, for example, if you have a animal, not saying you should have one, but let's say you have a pet. If your pet is sad, don't you feel sorry? Can't you tell how your pet is behaving? Don't you care when your pet is hungry? Don't you care when your kids are sad? They're not you. I mean, you're you, but they're your kids. But how do you feel when they're sad? You know, and to me, that's you feel a certain way because you have a conscience, you have a soul. How do you feel when you see people on the street homeless? Do you feel good about that? Or do you feel bad about that, right? Because that's part of the human experience, being how fragile human beings are. The human experience can be that way. But do you feel bad about it? And yeah, go ahead.
You should ask a rabbi to explain the parable of the Good Samaritan to you, and because it'll blow your mind. Because first off, they say that first off, understand that Luke wrote it. Luke wasn't even a Jew. Luke was a Syrian Gentile, all right, Syrian Greek.
And this is hundreds of years removed from, obviously, the death of Christ. But yes, go ahead.
But the story, like in the Kabbalah Center, they tell us the story, and I had never heard it that way before. And so imagine that the man lying there is a poor man. He's wounded, right? He's laying there, and the first guy goes by is I think a Pharisee, a Levite, and then the Samaritan. Okay. The Pharisee goes by and he sees the guy, but he doesn't help him. He goes on. The Levite comes by, sees the guy, and then he moves on. And then the Samaritan comes. According to them, did the first two guys do anything wrong? No, they didn't, because the Pharisee, if he had reached down and helped this person, he would have been unclean. Now he can't go to the temple and perform the services for Hashem. Okay,
so
the Levi.
So they're basically against Jesus, the story of Jesus.
No, they're saying the story of Jesus was really complicated because it's not so simple as you think it was, and it wasn't that. It's that the way that it worked, everybody did the right thing, because the Samaritan is actually a Jew. Samaritans are Jewish. Remember that. Samaritans are Israelites.
So to circle back, what V's trying to say is, to answer your question, V. Yes, and essentially in Judaism, Jesus Christ is not seen as a Messiah or a public figure, right? No, they go by a different calendar because they're still waiting on their Messiah, right? In history, we have AD, right? AD and BC, before Christ, after death, right? And so that's how we literally define time and year structure in the modern day.
Yeah, dude, I really, man, I have.
But they still see him as they still see him as a teacher.
Religion, they don't define that because they don't believe he was their Messiah or the Messiah.
A Messiah, no, but right? they do acknowledge that he was a teacher, though. He was a rabbi. So he was a well-respected rabbi.
I put it to you like this. So in other words, right? I had a situation. Not to get off track. Actually, it's time's going, y'all. But you know what? Yeah. Let's close this out. But let me say this. Let's say it like this. I remember I was coming home from work one night. This was, I don't know, this was many years ago. I had to be in my 20. I was probably 25, something like that, 20 somewhere, right around that age. And it was kind of sprinkling, raining, and I lived off of U Street, Northwest DC at that time, right? I was sharing a spot, a crib with two other people, right? And so I was on my way home. And it was sprinkling and shit, and I stopped. It was like 2:30 in the morning, so the buses had stopped in D.C. Because they stopped at like 12 o'clock, And I just happened to walk by this bus stop, but I stopped because I could see out of my peripheral man sitting there with an infant child, with a baby child, maybe not infant, but like 2-3-year-old boy, right? And so I went back to the dude. I just thought, damn, this is strange, man. It's the middle of the night and it's kind of sprinkling, and He's sitting at a bus stop, but I know the buses don't start running again until 7 in the morning. So I went back and I said, yo, are you okay? Right? Are you all right? And then he told me, the bus is too late and he didn't have enough money to take a cab or whatever. And at that time, I didn't want to give him any money, right, to take a taxi or whatever. But maybe I should have done that. I think it was because I didn't really have much money at the time either. But I told the dude, I said, listen, if you want, you can actually come. I have a cot. I can take my cot out. You can sleep on this with your kid. Y'all can wait. And in the morning, you can have something to drink and you can be out, right? And he said, okay. So this person's a complete stranger, right? But they're with a child. You see what I'm saying? So I was like, damn, I can't do that. I can't let this dude be outside with that kid because you never know what's going on, number one. And so I just thought, okay, the kid needs to be taken care of. The man could probably survive, right? That wait till the morning, but not the kid, right? So what I'm saying is that in that scenario, me doing that, it's like there's no value in that.
You're asking us the question?
Yeah.
I mean, again, getting back to that story. In that story, and this ties to this, you're the Good Samaritan, but before you came a preacher, and God knew the preacher could go on and do what he needed to do because this person was supposed to be taken care of by one person, you. And that's the story that the Good Samaritan teaches. The Pharisee did the right thing. He went to the temple. He gave a minister to the people because he had faith in Hashem that Hashem would come and take care of this guy. And in the end, you came along and you took care of that guy. That was your purpose. So I'm saying, like, they do help the poor when they think it's their responsibility. But if they think I have to do this first, they have faith that Hashem is going to make sure someone takes care of them.
Okay, so if they have faith, then they need to be for universal health care, universal education. They need to, those people that believe that shit, they need to be for fair housing.
They have it. They have it.
No, they need to be for fair housing for everybody else because, we're all in this situation. I'm just going to tell you, I don't get down with that at all. I get down with the fact of we all walk the same streets. We all need each other. Period. We all need each other. If someone is attacked, maybe we could change the story to what do you do when somebody is robbing the preacher? What do you do when someone's robbing the rabbi? Do you just walk by and say, "Oh well, someone's going to come and help him"? I'm the Good Samaritan.
It's the same story.
Or should we tell him wait for the Good Samaritan? The Good Samaritan's coming to help him. It's not me. It's not me though.
There's different, like, have you ever heard of? You can pull up Natura Carta. NUT.
I'm not minding my business enough. I don't mind my business enough, apparently, bro.
No, it's not that. I'm just saying, like, there's different types of people in the world.
Maybe I'm too nice, bro. Maybe I'm too nice, man. What am I looking up? What am I looking up? Yeah.
NETURE, I think, Carta, KRTA.
NETURA?
Yeah, and then the last word is Carta, KARTA. It's a Jewish anti-Zionist movement in America. I probably spelled it wrong.
Okay, well, it says, it appears you're talking about Nuri Carta. It's two words. Often misspelled. Okay. Nuri Carta, Aramaic for Guardians of the City, is a small fringe group of Haredi ultra-Orthodox Jews who are strictly opposed to Zionism and the existence of the state of Israel. Key beliefs.
They have a big following in They have a big following in New York, and everything that you believe is what they believe too. So again, there's different people that believe different things. They believe in universal health care, taking care of the poor. So
everyone in New York, you're in New York, they're very big. Very big. They make up the large population of Jewish individuals who exist in New York City in particular. And they've also more recently have led a lot of anti-Zionist clashes, right? So you'll see.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So you'll see a clash between your Hasidic Jews versus your essentially your secularist Zionist Jewish, and they've had some pretty active clashings, right? Where banners are made, right? Like it's a thing here, right? And so maybe in the future I will, because I have certain friends who live near Hasidic communities. One of my best friend actually lives in he owns a home surrounded by a rabbi who lives next door actually. And maybe maybe along the lines, maybe I'll get his point of view or get more along the lines, because I think like Friars has said earlier, there's a very big difference between Zionism and Judaism, right? There's a very big, and I think a lot of people who don't understand the nuances of the two conflate the two. And to segue back to all of this had to do with one of the links I had sent you earlier in the day, V. That covers literally what we're discussing. It kind of covers that. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, man.
One thing I want to add to
go
that.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
One thing I add to that. Jews like they believe that Hashem, which is God, has put them in the diaspora, and only He can bring them out. Zionists, secular, believe we have this is our land. We have the right to kill anybody that tries to take it from us, and we need to take the whole thing from the greater Israel.
Yeah, rooted in nationalism. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So that's the creed. And if you ever want to know how they feel, that's the question to ask. Do you think that Jews should be in the diaspora, or they should be on stolen land? So don't put it that way. So in Israel, and that to me determines whether or not I want to listen to you or not. Because if you say stolen land, I'm good. But if you say that we should be in the diaspora until Hashem brings us out, Mashiach now, that's who I side with. Those are the good people. Those are the good Samaritans.
I mean, yeah, man. I think it's so sad, bro. Like I'm kind of bothered by this thing. And again, like I said, to me all this shit seems just totally oxymoronic. Like talking about religion when you're not for the common good. I'm talking about just specifically talking about religion, mixing it up with AI and fucking and AI and robots. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. And I guess I do believe in a spirit. You know what I mean? I believe we're organisms. I believe we're connected to everything else. You know what I mean? And I believe, how we treat things, creatures, matters. You know what I'm saying? Like myself, this is just my personal belief, right? I'm not an extremist or anything like that, but this is what I believe. I believe we're all connected. You know what I mean? And as human beings and as creatures on Earth. This sounds crazy. I mean, why am I even saying this, man? Y'all got me talking about my beliefs. But I don't normally talk about this, bro. I don't normally talk about this. But, when I hear them try to break up, having a spirit with, they try to, it sounds like they're trying to get away from the common good and move towards making excuses. And to me, it's like you either going to believe in the common good, if you're going to be religious, you believe you have a spirit, you believe everybody has a spirit, and you believe you're part of the spirit, or you're going to go the other direction where you don't believe those things. Here, it seems like people trying to mix it all up and have both, have the cake and eat it too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like, yeah, man. It's not something. I think it's more simple than that, man. You try to do the good that you can do. Period. Everybody's got a responsibility to do that, to do some good for something, for a stranger too. We have responsibility to do that too. Good for a stranger. Of course, you can't help everybody yourself, but if everybody does a little bit, man, we wouldn't have the fucking problems, bro. These elitists, bro, like, they're not doing their part, man. That's where the problem comes in. And so I don't see any contradiction in it. No, man, these people, man, they're hypocrites, bro. They're hypocrites. You can't hoard wealth like that, and then give someone a lecture on the fucking Bible or fucking religion. of all things. Like, nah, man. I just think they're just, I don't know. Maybe they're losing their mind. Maybe they're losing their mind, and they think they have so much influence. They think people are just buying this shit. I don't know. There's going to be some sort of reckoning, bro. There's going to be some sort of reckoning, and I don't know how it's going to come, but I don't see the average person going along with this, man. The average person, I see people every day that surprise me, man, that have views maybe that could be one way, and then all of a sudden from one day to the next they totally change, and they surprise you and show you that no, they understand that they're part of the common, the part of what it is to be a human being too. That like the moment you separate yourself from just being a human being, you just like everybody else. You should have the rights that everybody else has, but you shouldn't become a human being that doesn't care about other people's rights either. That's not good. You know what I mean? And why is that not good? Because it just represents greed. Just represents greed, man. You can't hoard power. Hoarding power is if it's creating homeless people, if it's creating suffering, it's wrong. You see what I mean? Any amount of power that creates suffering, to that extent, it's wrong. It's not good anymore. And we all have to kind of reckon with that, in different ways, because obviously things aren't fair. There is inequality on earth. But I just think that, okay, if you're going to be into this inequality and you're going to justify it, why are you mixing yourself up with religion, even pretending? You know what I mean? Why are you pretending to even have something to do with the universe? Even the universe is against that shit, man. That's how I see it.
I'll say there's one last thing on that.
Yo, and hold on. And to illustrate my point, we sent I forget this company, a bomb, a rocket ship just blew up trying to go to outer space. You know what I mean? There's limits. There's limits. All right, go ahead.
All Christianity has always been about killing people. Christianity has always been about greed. Christianity has always been about doing away with the indigenous population and forcing this upon them. And I think that AI and Peter Thiel have gotten together and realized that it's through religion. I mean, look at, they've already got Trump. They won using AI.
It's the Kool-Aid. That's why they use it as the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, because they can make a bowl of Kool-Aid. I mean, Jim Jones realized that I can make a bowl of Kool-Aid and kill people in the end, and they will all die with me. And it worked exactly. I mean, his end result was what it was. And I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I think that
crazy, bro.
What's on the scoreboard is showing us something completely different.
I don't agree with everything you said right there, but I believe when it comes to Peter Thiel and what their use of religion, I believe that's more likely than not. But go ahead.
Well, when it comes to religion is inherently selfish, right? It is a call to a certain appeal to a certain group of individuals, no matter, may that be, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, right? It encourages division through divinity, right? And I think that's the appeal, right? The chosen people, the word of these chosen people, and the rules that these chosen people go by. And it's kind of like a sports team, right? Like I root for this sport team, and anyone who's in opposition of my sports team is not my ally. And I think that shows, isolationism, right? It goes back to that isolationist rhetoric and that division rhetoric that is the appeal. That's why it's a tool used almost exclusively in the right, But
yeah, I guess that's how a lot of people that's how a lot of people may interpret it, and maybe it's because I'm not really I don't consider my personal view is that I don't consider any of those things as valid as what I'm saying. Like you can pick up these books and you can read all these books all you want, and that's fair if you can learn something from them. I've learned some things from it, which is why I've read them before. But if you think that those books mean anything different, anything better than everyone has an obligation to lift everyone up, then you got it wrong. You know what I mean? Like We all have an obligation to help people, the common person. When we walk down the street, if you see an old lady getting, someone trying to attack her or screaming, you're supposed to try to help her. Period. You know what I mean? Now, and it ain't your special job. It's everybody's job. Like, that's what I don't understand. It's only the Good Samaritan's job in the Bible. In the Torah, it's just the Good Samaritan that's supposed to do that. But the rabbi, he can walk by because he got a bigger job to do. Oh, hell no. We're all supposed to be looking after each other. We're all supposed to be helping each other, protecting each other. That's how a community works. Nobody's better than anybody else. And to me, it just like, it's so shocking to hear that. I wouldn't understand it, because you have the right to interpret these books any way you want. But, how you interpret it, to me, says a lot about you. Like, if you read those books and you come out of there thinking that everyone doesn't have a responsibility towards the common good, I don't know what is the purpose in it then. I don't, and I'm gonna tell you something else. I don't want nobody around me that thinks it's just some people's responsibility to help others, bro. Like, especially around me. It's like, oh, hell no. Because I treat people well myself. Why would I want to treat people well, and then all of a sudden you find out, oh, this motherfucker just thinks it's my job? What the fuck?
Agreed. Essentially, if your moral compass is dictated by a book and not your own personal need to want to help your fellow man, you're flawed.
Yeah, bro. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, to me, I respect people's religion, but if your religion is not for the common good of fellow man, and you just don't break it down to mean that you have an obligation to just do good, treat everybody the same equally, and do good, man, I don't understand what the hell it's about. Like, there's something missing there, something terribly missing with the judgment, But having said that, it's been an interesting conversation, man. I wanted to get into some Pam Bondi, but I guess that's going to be tomorrow morning. She can wait. Fuck her. Fuck Pam Bondi. Okay, I'm not that religious. I can't say that either, because excuse me, y'all, if I shocked anybody. It's just I'm spiritual, but I might curse.
There we go.
I believe in animal rights and taking care of people, but yo, man, I might say fuck Pam Bondi. All right, now, peace, everybody. We catch up with you all later. Leonard, I see you in the chat, everybody. I wasn't in the chat today, but I will be in the chat tomorrow, man. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Big up Friars and Michael from Brooklyn, everybody. Thanks for joining again. Thanks for joining, y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, we see you guys tomorrow, y'all. Peace. 18 hours from now, all right? 1. We gonna work it out. Yes, we will.
Just focus on the things that are real in your life. Cause the others, they ain't got what's necessary, the necessary ingredients. But we do. Check it. We got what you need. You want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it. What? If you let it, don't let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't don't let it. You let it, don't let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel. From our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna be mine tonight. They don't know. That I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna be mine tonight.
See a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far. But evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. So listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC / master of the ceremony.